हेलो।
हेलो हेलो।
आगे
आगे आगे हाँ देखो इको आना शुरू हो गया। हेलो हेलो हेलो। आ रहा है साउंड? अरे आएगा 100%।
नहीं उधर स्पीकर में आना चाहिए।
हेलो
आ रहा है, हल्का आ रहा है।
हेलो।
सर आ रहा है आपका प्रेजेंटेशन।
ಈಗ हेलो साउंड
लो वालो।
इधर थोड़ा बढ़ाओ माइक में क्या बनाऊं, माइक में भी बढ़ा सकते हैं।
ऑलरेडी फुल।
हेलो आ रहा है
हम और
Already
स्पीकर
full.
लगाएंगे। इसका स्पीकर म्यूट कीजिए।
एक मिनट।
उधर ही था ना, उसको म्यूट कर सकते।
ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಚೆಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? हेलो ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಚೆಕ್
हाँ अरे 3 ನಿಮಿಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ.
ಇನ್ನ ಬಂದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ वो अभी तक नहीं आया ಇವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ
वो आएगा रे 2 मिनट के बाद आएगा।
आपका स्क्रीन शेयर आ रहा है यूट्यूब लाइव में, और वो यूट्यूब लाइव वाला ही है, बाद में भी रहेगा, इसलिए ऐसा कुछ मत खोलिएगा। मेरी आवाज भी जा रही होगी यार।
आ रही है लेकिन बहुत हल्की आ रही है।
माइक उधर है, हम बोल इधर है।
बंद कर दे। हेलो बहुत हल्का आ रहा है इसका।
हेलो
सर वो अभी तक लाइव में नहीं पड़ा है तुमको वो स्पीकर से सुना है अभी लाइव में नहीं तो सुना था तुमको तुम इधर कर रहा था ना
आप
पहले
एक काम करो ना,
तुम उसमें था वो
आप पूरा बाहर जाओ, वीडियो के साथ ऑडियो आ रहा है कि नहीं चेक कर दो पूरा बाहर जाके। मेरे ख्याल से तो आना चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
हेलो हेलो
म्यूट
वॉइस आ रहा है क्या?
उधर म्यूट करना है सर। अಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ।
Today we will be starting with tech symposium and exhibitions. So for today's event, mute. Hello.
1 मिनट छोड़ के आएगा। यूट्यूब में देख रहा हूँ, वेबएक्स पे देख रहा हूँ, कैसा जूम पे देख रहा हूँ। सेटिंग चेंज करो सर। ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವೈರ್ ಹಾಕೋ, ಈ ವೈರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ?
कल जो केबल था वो कहाँ है?
ಓಕೆ ಉತ್ತಮ।
Change the cable and see. No, not this one.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ
अरे
अरे नहीं उसका जो
कनेक्ट कर रहा था
नहीं नहीं
हाँ
बाद में और एक केबल तुमको दिया था
हाँ ये इधर
वही चाहिए, वो चाहिए।
ये वाला चाहिए इसको मत ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡ ನೀವು ವಾಲ್ ಇದು ಹಾಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಡಿಲಿ
यहाँ दिखा रहा है वॉल्यूम का लेवल मतलब जा रहा है
कुछ नहीं है केवल यूट्यूब पे देखता हूँ यूट्यूब पे
अभी चेक करो
क्या करूँ हेडफोन
नहीं नहीं माइक्रोफोन
माइक इन
हाँ माइक इन
इधर भी माइक इन करना है।
हेलो, बहुत कम आ रहा है।
मेरे ख्याल से आप ये कैमरा से नहीं लिया है ना।
यूट्यूब पे ऑडियो आ रहा है। हाँ, वो तो 1 मिनट का डिले है। नहीं नहीं,
नहीं खतरनाक
हेलो हेलो, एकदम से मैं कनेक्ट कर। हेलो
हाँ आ रहा है ना। हाँ
हेलो
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो, वॉइस आ रही है? नहीं हो भाई।
अनुप सर कुछ बोलिए। हेलो हेलो।
ऐसा मत करो, बाद में कुछ से नॉइस आ रहा करके आ जाएगी।
ओह सॉरी सॉरी।
ಕರಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರಿ ಹಂಗೆ.
थैंक यू।
सर सही है, प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, दोनों आईको भी नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पूरा सही है।
ने करी करो।
हेलो 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 हेलो, क्या?
ನೀನ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ.
हेलो स्लो हेलो। ठीक है सर, चलेगा सर। ये मैं मेरे से मैं बात करूंगा वो हेलो
हेलो
आई थिंक इन्होंने डिसेबल कर रखा। हेलो, मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या आपको? तो आपकी भी आएगी, कोई इशू नहीं है। आएगी आएगी आपकी। नहीं, अभी नहीं आ रही है।
ग्रुप के थ्रू आनी चाहिए।
रुके रुके रुके, मैं बोलिए बोलिए।
आना चाहिए उनको साउंड। एक मिनट, मेरा माइक आ रहा है ना? तेज आ रहा है ना? स्पीड इसका कैसा वॉइस का क्वालिटी?
एकदम क्लियर है।
क्लियर है ना? ओके डन। तो मैं इसको म्यूट करके रखता हूँ, इसको एक बार यहीं पे रखेंगे।
हाँ,
ठीक है,
ठीक है।
थैंक यू, बाय।
Very good morning. I hope, thanks for giving a brief introduction about the yesterday's gathering and the dignitaries who have been come here to present their stalls after making a lot of arrangements from SIDA. I should thank the SIDA team to make such a wonderful event and to organizing the people from across the global. Again, I'm most grateful to stand here and welcome you all for the second day event on the international workshop on cross-border recognition of certifying authorities. I take this opportunity to thank all the dignitaries, participants from India and foreign, to share their feedback on the first day event, which happened. As I yesterday delivered, it was a brainstorming event across the global, where they were able to deliver the more feedbacks about how the cross certification, cross recognition, the bridge between the countries can happen. What are the feedbacks into that? Again, the first day event was a bit to extend the ideas for cross certification among the certifying authorities operating in a different nations. Moreover, the talk delivered by NIC on the trade and clearance e-tendering was very influential to the PKI ecosystems. So this will help us, my CAs, as well as the other sharing partners, where they can be able to utilize the NIC platform for the e-tendering. As they're given the big numbers in the tendering, where the PKI solutions, the DSC is going to have a big growth in this industry. The India is evolved as one of the leading nations in the ecosystem through research and development. This international workshop is the best platform to bring all the industry experts, professionals, application developers, and policymakers to come together and share their knowledge with a wide community and contribute this world and wonderful ecosystems. This forum, the workshop forum, the PKI forum, the Asia forum, will deliberate the process and mechanism for achieving a global trust ecosystems. This is what we expected out of this workshop as well. The program will also provide a platform for discussing the critical role of authentication required in the PKI ecosystems. Yesterday's panel discussion, the participants from various nations across would have understood the challenges faced in the cross certification or cross recognition. So this makes us the current legal and authentication scenario with respect to the public key infrastructure. India has an excellent public key infrastructure based on the electronic trust ecosystems as per Section 18 of IT Act, which provides the required legal sanctity of digital signature based on the asymmetric crypto systems. As you are aware, the digital systems and electronic document which has been digitally signed as treated at par with the paper documents. The time has come to leverage more for the ecosystem to develop and deliver the secure and reliable documents application across the platforms. The time also to rightly act for building indigenous application base, what the other stakeholders which have been coming out with the stars. Yesterday, I've been going across some of the demonstration from the XOKI application as well. So these are the applications where today real-time market is required. How to make a ease of business, how to make my subscriber ease of understanding without the driverless platforms. So these are some of the local use cases where my PKI application can take it forward. The application of PKI as a technology has grown up of becoming the bound in the recent years is on the verge of becoming synonymous with the trust in the electronic transactions across the world. The world of PKI has evolved a robust, reliable system going to the strong ecosystem based on the development in cryptography, the protocols, the standards, the policy, the law, the software libraries, and the hardware components. I'm also looking forward to a very productive outcome from the two-day event lined up with the several dignitary speakers from India and abroad, where such a listening and learning will help to meet the industry changing need and challenges to a great deal and extent. I wish you all best for your successful deliberating in this workshop. Thank you.
Setting the tone for the day. So the first session is from Tali's group. The talk is on PKI for data breaches and data. The Ved Prakash, senior business head from Tali's group.
Morning, everyone. I welcome you all for the second day of informative session and hoping to have some excitement from more on the application side of the technology that PKI as well as the CCF is enforcing for adopting one of the very core components of the digital transformation based on the DSC process. So that's where we are going to see how Alice's technology player is contributing. And I would have a session which I will just try to kind of conclude in next 15-20 minutes, and definitely basis of that, and see if it becomes more interactive post that what I want to bring up to the audiences out here, which talks mostly in terms of how we are contributing to the key theme of PKI ecosystem in terms of enabling the trust in the business as well as process, and contributing significantly in the digital transformation journey for the organizations across. So can we open the PPT, please? I'm not able to find. Yep. Yeah. So brief introduction about myself. As I inform, I'm Raj Prakash. I have been here in the industry for last 20 years, and I'm currently heading the business development practice for data protection business for Alice, for banking and enterprise vertical, both for India and South Africa. And the agenda that I have lined up for the discussion today is primarily to re-emphasize the focus on PKI, which is the foundation of the digital trust. Also, we'll just briefly cover on top three risk areas that PKI offers, and this is where the Alice is going to contribute significantly reducing the risk areas, or I would say minimizing the risk areas. And then quick for the people who are not aware in terms of what we do and as an organizational legacy that we bring in terms of the expertise for the PKI, extending the PKI ecosystem, I will just cover that as well. And as the theme said, that majorly we want to tell you how this PKI adoption would strengthen organizations in solving the data protection problem areas today. So what are the problem areas that would be really significant to look at? And if these problem areas are also connected with any of the functions that you guys are leading, or any of the process that you are heading, and you feel that this is something you want to discuss further, we have our booth with the experts there, which we can discuss offline. I will also talk about how regulators and compliance mandates are driving the need for such kind of technology. What recommend in terms of a protection strategy. So this is something as a major takeaway that I would like to kind of give it for the audiences out there. And then we will also talk on what are the use cases primarily for the PKI applications and how we strengthen those use cases in the digital structure. And then I also have put up what we do in extensive technical knowledge. If that also excites you, feel free to connect and we can discuss in scheduling that later. Before that, I would like to also have a disclaimer that most of the that I'm going to present knowledge purpose, and some of them is from the personal experiences that we have found from working with the customers across, and that need not be the official standpoint of view from the organization. This is just to safeguard the discussion within the room with us. So we heard just that PKI is enabling bring trust in across the processes, and Thales is in the business of protecting that trust, strengthening that trust, and especially when in light of today's requirement, if you see today that whenever as the end customer or you as a user who are sharing the data with any organization, they put their trust in you, and it is organization's responsibility to actually make sure that they hold that trust. And this is where the adoption of the DSC mechanism brings that a specific component of enabling the trust in the business. And that's where I see the core components of technology, like where PKI becomes very significant in terms of strengthening data confidentiality, holding the data integrity, authentication, and having a significant data access control defined in that process. So, what are the top 3 risks of PKI that from our experience I have jotted down is number 1 is in terms of failure to properly protect or store this encryption. Yes, this is which I would focus also on the use cases, and you might find this very relevant and how we are resolving it. There are also areas in which where the keys get stolen or when you get given or it's not being recovered in the process. The other 2 areas, which basically relies on issuance of the certificates to unintended parties, multiple parties, which definitely has been mostly taken care now by improvement in the processing. And third, primarily, it's the specific information issues which we have seen where there is the failure to issue or renew or revoke the certificates within the environment where they are. So, is any of these questions really of your concern? Then that's where we, as an expert, bring the solution or the answer to these queries. And this is also just to set the context for the next 10-15 minutes of the slide that I'm going to talk about. And this is where the first context that the question is that where is the root of trust for PKI? Is my PKI application really secure? And is it compliant? Can I trust my PKI? That's the first important question to ask within your the organization to and understand. The second related to that, the first is that what's your integrated risk management approach? Is it more self-inflicted or is it a kind of regulation driven? And where do you think it's going within your organization? And that is just to bring the focus that are you taking data-centric approach in terms of evolving that landscape that That other important question that comes with the discussion that I found is that how many encryption systems you have today in the setup, and how many was it 2 years back? So how has this usage of encryption really grown over the years? And what is the biggest challenge in managing this encryption, silo-based encryption? Is key certificate and credential management also becoming a pain for you? And very important, how are you securing the machine identities, which are in terms of establishing the trust within the internal business applications. This helps in safeguarding a lot of fraud that we are often seeing, and this is where the digital certificate becomes very critical component in addressing this problem. And thus, this remark, which again has been very important for most organizations, is that how do you ensure that the database administrator who has access to the data is not able to see the PII data during the routine database operations that he's doing? How do you do that? And when cloud today, it has become very important. Most of the organizations who are looking at in the term of adopting cloud journey, how do you secure the data in your cloud infrastructure? And very important, the crux of all these questions is that do you have a centralized encryption key management a process or policy which helps you to write the encryption keys to distribute, rotate, and then archive or delete as per the manage the complete life cycle of the encryption process. So these are the very pertinent questions that we answer with the technology contribution that we are doing with all major enterprises worldwide. Just a brief in terms of Thales as an organization. Those who may not be knowing, we are a French company headquartered in France, and we have been in India since 1953. It's world number 3 in the defense position, where we have a heavy footprint in terms of all those strategic areas which runs from the military to aerospace to rail transport. And we as a team are part of the data protection unit, where we have a leadership status in the data protection solution that we provide to the customer. So we are global leader in especially the encryption and key management technology. And we are spread across 68 countries. And very important area, we distinguish us roughly €1 billion in terms of the R&D to innovate this technology solutions, which is really a quite significant contribution in bringing the innovation in this product. And the other good piece is that we have our product engineering support all based out of India. So some of the areas from the government side which relates on Make in India kind of processes. So this is where we are also trying to achieve that policy to adhere with the Make in India concept as well. From the inorganic growth journey, this is just to let you know, most of you have been aware that SafeNet is a company that has been pioneer in the encryption technology, which got acquired by Gemalto, and Gemalto has got acquired by Thales as an organization. And that's where the virtue of that acquisition. It's the SafeNet team out here, which you will mostly interact with, where we offer or contribute in extending the PKI ecosystem. So we have these technology products that are heavily adopted across, and we have the leadership position across. What I will do is that I will focus on 2 of the major application areas of these technology solutions in order to help you all understand how we are mitigating those risks from the data breaches, data privacy, and how it is strengthening the PKI application ecosystem in adoption for the digital transformation journey that our nations are taking. So most of you are aware on the crypto processor or the crypto vault, where we have a significant technology term called HSMs, where you have 2 form factors of HSMs. One is the general purpose HSM, other is the payment related HSMs, which is called PayShield. We are global leaders in that. Yes. Then the other is the core platform called Cipher Trust, which helps you to manage the complete life cycle of all these encryption keys. And that's something which has been the focus for most of the organizations when they're looking and containing the data breaches, especially, and extending the data privacy processes in the organization. Third one is mostly related to high-speed encryption that safeguards the link from the DC to DR or point-to-point link that some of the large organizations have implemented. So why this question was asked today, but why is this particular product being the leader across in the segment that I'm projecting? The reason is that if you go back historically in 2010, one of the regulators from banking have published a special use for this, which you can see that it clearly calls the SafeNet technology to be adopted by all the financial ecosystem in order to meet the RTGS and the CTS project that was initiated. And that basically was done after due diligence of evaluation of most of the technologies that were available, and understanding that this is where it could really scale up to the requirements and meets the kind of checklist that they had in mind in terms of extending this process. And that's for the reason that we hold almost 95% of the market share today. Then RBI. Yeah.
Is there any use case where your data protection is compromised?
Data protection is compromised. As of now, no. But you have a very good question to where how the data breaches have happened. How, if they would have done this, this would have prevented them. But since this was a missing, so I think I have a news about this specific question, and let me try to see if I can come with. But that's something which brings a check in terms of the assurances that we are trying to take. And most probably, it's not that it has not come to our as of now, what I've said. And this is just another important observation from a regulator who talks how you adopt the PKI directives from the encryption perspective. And how one you should need to ensure that you have a robust encryption key management system in. And that's where most of the leading financial organizations adopted this because they are one of highly regulated entities. And following that, there has been a new guideline, which this is cloud security. That if you are moving anywhere the cloud, and you are using the native encryption given cloud service provider, make sure that you as a custodian of the data hold the control of those encryption. While you use the native capabilities by the cloud service provider, but the control of that has to be with the user. And that's where recently we have seen a lot of large financial organizations are really adopting an approach called bring your own key, and implementing the technology solution that we have or that we offer in meeting those objectives. UIDI, most of you would be aware that they came up with a significant circular on the eKYC, which required both the signing process as well as having encryption and tokenization be the core component areas to address for most of the organization, and mandated the uses of one crypto processor or the HSM across the organization. And that's where again it helped most of the entities to look into this technology and put in their ecosystem. This is just an example how we got the completion letter, satisfaction letter by implementing our HSM within the UIDI by regulators, and that which I think would help you all to understand why we have been one of the holding the maximum of the market share. I come to one of the very exciting part of it, which will bring the focus on the key theme that I want to address, which is where most of you or most of the people I have spoken with, they say that they are secured as of now. So that reminds me of a very famous saying from Mike Tyson, who says that we all have a plan until you get punched in the face. And that's where you also asked me, what's the punch that you have faced, and let us know that. So I would just try to distill down what are these punch areas today in data protection that all the organizational leaders, even as the governing entity from the CCA, you might see that being a big pain area to address today. So all these pain areas are from the platform that I mentioned about, which really relates to that. So these days, I think data breaches, data have become the number one problem or the nuisance area. Every second day, third day, you open the news, you will hear that either there has been a massive data breach from particular airline or from a particular email provider or from a particular organization. So without naming, I think every second day this news has become very common. And India has also become third or fourth in highly impacted country from ransomware attacks, which are very targeted and focused on taking the data out and selling it in the dark web, or trying to use see how they can misuse the data by creating a lot of frauds around that. So that this number one is the problem of data breach. And all these people who have implemented the PKI based, who have taken the PKI based approach in that, they are not facing. I will come to you from a global example that you also pointed out. Second is the growing concerns from the regulator side, both from any regulator today, whether it is RBI, UIDI, IRDA, or SEBI, or it is the GDPR, which is there from the European standpoint. So they are emphasizing a lot on the particular requirements on data protection to be centric in the organization's strategy. And then following that is the data privacy. Data privacy is also one of the very growing area where how do you ensure that there is a separation? You need to prove and attest to the data ownership that is existing there, and how do you define this access control? Other problem which is there today, which most of the organizations are facing, is lack of data visibility. What data they need to secure and where all this data is lying in the infrastructure. How do we get to know that? So these are some of the practical punch areas that organizations, stakeholders, the CIOs, the CTOs are grappling with. And the other two critical points, which I think is very new and most of people are not aware, is that we talk about heavy adoption and usage of cloud. There is something called Cloud Act, which is passed out in 2018 that empowers the US lawmakers and the enforcement agency to go and demand whatever data the cloud service provider is holding, irrespective of the geography that they are providing. And if that and under that, all the CSPs would be having the obligation to share the data with the US authority. Now, that makes a very interesting observation that all these leading cloud services, be it Google, be it Azure, be it Amazon, be it Oracle, you name it, most of them are all US based. So how do you ensure that there is a that there is something that you are able to address or minimize this impact of the cloud act? And that's where data sovereignty has become a very critical component, which most of the government and the large financial organizations where stakes are high have started looking. And the third problem, which I talked about, is that technology encryption has been there for last 15, 20 years. So every time there is some new guidelines, some new standards, there are a lot of silo-based encryption tools and processes which have been implemented with disjoint technologies, making this whole process very cumbersome, ineffective, costly in terms of the management. And that's where it also leads to some data blinds, which are being utilized by this. So these are the top 6 areas that really one need to see how we address with the technology that we are going to bring. I have a very special news to share, which talks about one of the fundamental technologies which people know about but don't implement it, at least at the center bit. And you will figure this out to share. It's just a 1 minute clip, and let me just bring that through for your college.
Occupation.
Observation that I wanted to, just bring upon from the expert who is saying that they had implemented most of the fancy things, but what they have not done was the core thing we required just to encrypt the data centrally, and that would have really protected them from the data leakage and the ransomware threat that they received for the loss of data to the or the loss of the customer data. So typically, just to bring what all these are data breach targets today that are very critical for organizations to look at. Number one, we keep hearing about personal identifiable information, but it's not only PII data. This is also data related to your financial information, data related to your health information, data related to your intellectual property rights, data related to your legal, your internal IT securities, which has a lot of significant passwords, network topology, and those. So all these data have become very critical for you to protect. So main causes of data breach primarily you see are from the access side, which is 69% of the reason that the breach happened. And 90%, 95% is just because the data remains unencrypted. And that's where if you address these two areas, you will be able to definitely address the concerns around data. As I rightly mentioned about that there is too many silo-based encryption process, which is already historically implemented in due course of time. That leads to a very cumbersome management of each encryption process have their own infrastructure, people around it, and when you look into the adoption of this technology for last 5-7 years, the disjoint technologies become too difficult to really address and creates too much of data blind spots to really manage. So the more you have the data, the more you do the encryption, the more number of encryption keys that is there. And this is where the need for the hour is how do you manage this encryption? So most of the time, have you really looked which talks about centralized key management system or an approach? Because when you have multiple encryption tools and you have too much of encryption keys residing in, for any outsider hacker, it is easier to come steal this encryption keys than trying to think of breaking the encryption. So that's where you need to protect this encryption key. And that is where, as a best practice, it is very called out that this key generation itself should be from a very aggregated kind of a process-driven appliance, which either has an accreditation of FIPS 140-level 2 or level 3, which helps you to randomly generate these keys at certain power of entropy, helps you to do the automatic key rotation, and helps you to do the backup and recovery of this keys. So that I touched upon the cloud part, and that this slide just talks about the shared responsibility metric that cloud service provider advocates. That there is the responsibility for the customer side, and there is the responsibility for the cloud service provider. Primarily, whichever model you take, whether it is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service, the responsibility for the data resides with the customer. That brings a very key area. That's where the data ownership resides. And this is where it becomes that you're responsible for the data, so you need to ensure that you bring the controls around. And the number one challenge today, most of the stakeholders in terms of the journey in the cloud, they are facing is how are these being created, or who is managing this, how is the key being accessed, how do I really comply with the audit and the compliance areas that you need from the best practices part. So what would be the risk areas in cloud? This is the need for information that we are sharing. That number one is on the key visibility part, because since the control is with their they are the administrators. In theory, they might look into the data residing there, which no organization would like to really want. Other would be in the data loss perspective, where you have insufficient authorization or the layer controls, which leads to this kind of extended data loss. Third is vendor lock, which becomes very stringent that you have organizations find very difficult to move from one cloud service provider to another. Definitely, compliance becomes the big pain area to address, and then most importantly, the key lifecycle management, especially when it is distributed across multiple cloud environments. How do you manage this key rotations in an automatic fashion? Because manually it becomes very cumbersome and very difficult. The benefit from the automated process of managing these keys, which is where the technology that we bring contribute is right from the life cycle perspective, where you create to do the backup. End-to-end process is automated. Whereas on the right side, if you see it's done manually, a lot of there is scope for manual errors that goes into this process. So the key takeaway for us to suggest for the organizations that are looking in terms of adoption in cloud is two approaches. One is called bring your own, and the other one is called bring your own encryption. Bring your own key is primarily useful where it's all SaaS and PaaS-based applications where you have to use the native encryption given by the cloud service provider. You create your keys and import in the cloud, which is consumed by the cloud service in the SaaS and PaaS applications. Whereas where you're looking at infrastructure as a service, you bring the whole encryption process rather than relying on the cloud service provider. So just a summary of the two pointers that I want to bring in is that bring your own key is very critical, and then there is something called decoupling the keys from data, which says that encryption keys should always be segregated and separately managed from the application owner in a certified key management solution, which should have a certain accreditation. So that becomes a very important focus area for our nation today. And definitely then you need to look at a technology that manages both your today's on-premise, tomorrow's cloud, or the hybrid kind of environment setup that you have. And it addresses the core need, which is the centralized key management, which becomes very critical. So what are the regulatory, some of them have listed on the regulatory ask, which again also talks about three core areas in the whole process. Number one, on the encryption and tokenization part for the data. Number two, defining the access controls against the privileged users. And third is to bring the robust secure key management system. Now, all these are part of the PKI guidance, the directive that itself is the core of the PKI together, I would say, when you are adopting. He had published the report. So recently, if you had heard, there is a certain guideline which says that if the organization faces a data breach, within 6 hours you have to report. So this report talks about 40% of the users who went for the adoption of encryption technology, they did not need to comply with this because the data is useless. Even if you get breached, that doesn't need to be, fall into that stringent guideline to meet within the 6 hours. Another study by IBM that says that with rising costs, with more and more occurrence of data breaches, the cost of that breach is rising for more than 12% now in last 5 years. And they found that it's the encryption that is the top cost saving factor for them. So that talks about how this technology becomes very critical now for the organization. So the key recommendations that we make as a significant contributor in this space is that first thing you should do is to understand where your data is, do the data discovery and classification exercise. And basis that, you should do or encrypt the PKI data wherever it is residing in your infrastructure. And while encryption is good, encryption becomes insecure if you are not doing the encryption. And today, most of the organizations do encryption, but they don't do. So key management becomes very critical for the success of encryption as a process in the organization. If you're taking a journey in cloud, you need to secure the data residing in cloud. And we have seen that particularly adoption of encryption at file system level addresses 90% of the customer's requirement for safeguarding both structured and unstructured data today. And it also offers you protection from ransomware as well as from insider. So these are the core 4 recommendations that we should offer in order to design the data protection strategy. So the technology platform that we bring in, that name itself is called CipherTrust. That's the next data protection platform, which offers the components of data privacy as well as the data risk mitigation part, which revolves around encryption, key management, access control, tokenization. All the built in a single system, and you have a single pane of glass to when you implement this for all the functions that this offers. So other schematic diagram is that you have all these modules from discovery to classification to do the encryption at the file level or the database level or the application level to manage the keys in the cloud. Part of this is the key management system, which is the mandated technology for addressing all these uses. We have a patented technology on encryption, which we offer, which is called live data transformation, which is the runtime encryption and takes 0 downtime, especially when you are using the production data, where you have the data in use and there is a 0 downtime in terms of these processes, which becomes very important for most of the business critical systems to consider adoption of this. Breach mitigation strategy that we offer. The first thing we tell that, sir, please be prepared, breaches may happen. You need to accept it that there is nothing going to not get breached. So accept that you will get breach and perimeter security. Data is your new perimeter. To protect what it matters, and that's where it is all coming down to bring the controls on data. And that's where you need to attach the security controls on the data itself in order to avoid the data breaches. So how you do that, the first thing you do that, as we seen in the video from the global example as well, you need to encrypt those sensitive key management system, and you need to define the access control around that process who needs to get the access, which creates a different. So that's the breach mitigation strategy that we had. And some of them asked yesterday, why is HSM one of the very critical components for the PKI asset? And that is where I just want to quickly touch upon that that is one of the very robust systems to secure the private keys for the study certificate. And these keys also are generated from the hardware itself, which has a certain level of entropy, which makes them very robust. These are tamper-proof devices. So if you try to play around with it, it will go into a self-destruction. And the Thales is one of the global leaders in offering this piece in this product. So some of the existing use cases that primarily we address from the asset, we heard about yesterday as well. How do we secure the CA keys with this? And the other one is on the securing the SSL and the TLS certificates. Primarily, if you are using any of the web, say firewalls from web application firewalls, you would see most of these keys are residing at the server itself. And there is a possibility that if somebody is accessing those web servers, they will be able to do the signing of the HTTPS request, and you can imagine what kind of problem that it might be. So very important is to offload these keys to the system as a use case that we have seen. Definitely code signing becomes another important use area. Then I talked about holding the master encryption keys in SSL. Database providers, and all the database providers have their encryption, native encryption, but they keep the encryption keys in the software application. So they should actually offload it to the external key management as a best practice. And that is where, again, HSMs play a significant role in management. And if you're looking and bringing the keys in the cloud, HSMs become again very critical. Some of the new use cases we heard today also about the new technology areas, and IoT is one of the new examples where a lot of machine identities, the smart meters, and all their root of trust being stored in the HSMs is required. The other area would be on the ETAS, which are the being important in the European region primarily, which where this again serves as a mandate for remote signing, and this is where remote very critical component to achieve the remote signing security objectives. Then blockchain, where we know it's a distributed ledger, and again, it needs to all the nodes from where the transaction occurs, you need to do it digitally signed, and the HSMs play a significant role in protecting the root of trust there. Then post-quantum crypto, which is again a new area, which I think there will be a separate session on that on coming Saturday, which talks about how do we really ensure that these technologies are really adhered to the new threats that are arising from the quantum computing, where there are machines that can break the logic, the algorithms that encryption offers. So we have done significant work there in terms of leveraging the new quantum that are being incorporated in our HSMs, which down the line would make it quantum safe as well. And with rise of 5G as a technology, again, these new algorithms would be leveraged to offer a lot of safeguard features for the telecom infrastructure, which would be dependent on that. So what organizations are primarily looking for today? Mostly they are looking at data at rest encryption, data in motion, key management being the central, then defining the access control, data level access control, and addressing the security concerns. So that's all I think I had for the session today. If any of you want to look into a knowledge workshop that our technical experts come and do, where we come and do an advisory in terms of helping you to know what encryption you need to bring into, whether you need to protect data in transit, whether it's an application level encryption, how do you do the encryption operation life cycle. So we conduct this workshop with our experts. And this is where we guide them in terms of establishing a robust data protection process in the organization. So feel free connect with me. Feel free to reach any of our team members to discuss on how we address any of these problem statements. And that's where I would like to conclude in the interest of time. So thank you for giving us the opportunity, and over to you.
Questions from the audience.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
There are many products in the market
Yes.
on HSM, hardware security model. Have you any comparison chart compared to in the comparison matrix of over the other products so that you can become a leader of HSM in the best industry?
So we have not really done in the deep comparison, because most of the products that might have been there would have been significantly at a nascent stage of establishing themselves, and the comparison which we might have internally would be from the global adoption perspective and not from the regional level perspective. So if there are certain regional players that might have really come up, we may not have that comparison from functionality perspective, because very easy to make it out. We have 500 engineers in our R&D and product who are investing their time in developing this product, whereas you people might have 2 or 3 engineers, 1 person to support. So it becomes very difficult to get into that unless the scale of the operation really comes.
Because without having any comparison, it is very difficult to us to analyze which product is the best. Either we can choose the sales, or we can choose the other products.
So I agree with you. I think, sir, I definitely brought up that slide. Regulator also did this exercise long time back from RBI, which also after comparison had come up with a very specific guideline on mandating the technology solution that we offer. So, see, sir, it's the business of protecting trust, and trust is not a cheap commodity. Trust is expensive, and you are helping in this, really building that trust, safeguarding that trust. So it is something which I feel really needs to be done a due diligence in a very, very sincere manner, and comparison has to be at all the levels rather than just at one price point or just at one of the other factors, which becomes a holistic factor. Thank you.
In the HSM, mostly you keep the user's private key or whatever the private keys and everything, secure critical information will be stored.
Right.
In how you are protecting the critical information, the critical security parameters, how you are protecting? Is it through your operating system side, or it is some proprietary, or it is some root of trust you are having? How it is being done?
There is a proprietary algorithm on the encryption mechanism on the HSMs, which are patented technologies in that offering the level of assurance that we have, and which is accredited by the PIPS process. So, I mean, understand how the mechanism of is taking place from the algorithm perspective. I think we can have the technical experts to address in that. But as of now, it is purely addressed from the product that we offer.
You mean to say that this is only the certification process? You mean to say PIP certificate, so my keys will never come out.
Certification is actually comes only when they certification doesn't comes just like that. Certification is a thorough testing of the whole technology. That process, they assess how the encryption is happening, how this is securing or keeping these keys internally, and how this is tamper-proof. That if you try to go and plug and play or do something, it goes into self-destruction. So that's how it is.
Okay, thank you. You do root of trust also.
Yes.
When you put your systems.
Yes.
See, when you talk about self-destructive mode,
Yes.
what do you mean?
But it means that the and it will not because
For operation activity.
yes, all the operation activity.
But sir, one thing, suppose your agency is safer and I think it is highly secure. But if application, third party application is notified your agency, so how you can control for third party just by other users or user.
First of all, never comes out of that. There are access level controls that are defined around it for whichever third party integrations that we have done. And the control in the sense is that if the access itself is being compromised, that's where I think the backup mechanism for us in terms of generating the alert that is being sent across to all the stakeholders and two-factor authentication process is there to ensure that access is just not vanilla. I mean, just not on one zip process. So that's how we all address.
Say that it goes into self-destructive mode, it is set to factory condition or completely unusable after that.
It becomes most probably, to my knowledge, unusable.
Completely unusable.
You have to change the.
When we talk about self-destructive, there is a concept called Trojans. And can you actually check is a zero Trojans?
I can assure you, sir, I need to just check from the R&D team, let you know what the product is, because this is something
that's why I'm not going in deep.
Yeah, I get from that to you.
Because order Trojans always cannot be a zero.
I mean, I am not an expert on
Okay,
that side.
okay, that's why I'm not getting in deep with that. So that the self-destructive comes. When the self-destructive comes, then it's totally collapse your hardware. Then what is the assurance of the customer? Because you said there is 90% customers are
We have seen that.
satisfied.
Okay, this passive is initialized. It is
Totally collapse. That is self-destructive. That will be the condition. It's not going to factory condition again. That
private in the
reusable.
lab means it is.
It's just the model cannot be reusable. But they can send the data.
I will get back to you on that.
Ah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
all.
thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time.
I think more questions are there, but because of fast time movement, but please request the members to visit the stall and you can actually ask them the question. So now let's move on to the next session. Next session is digitizing India and beyond by Mr. Vijay Kumar Manjunatha.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So I am here from eMudra. This particular session, I would be making more knowledge sharing rather than introducing more of eMudra. And that was one of the requests as well. So the areas what I would like to cover is what we have achieved, some knowledge, what we share, like how to achieve global trust, the web trust. We spoke about that yesterday. And also we spoke about mutual recognition. I'll also touch upon briefly on HFPK consortium, what we are trying to do, how big geographies can work. I'll quickly start with a couple of slides of introduction about us.
Excuse me, confidential. We are not supposed to document it.
Document this particular slide is confidential, so we are not published. But a publishable copy will be sharing with the organizers. This all comes with certain certifications, so that's a procedural matter to mark them. So quickly introducing myself. So I'm CTO at eMudra. I also represent Asia PK Consortium. I chair one of the working group, the Technology and Standards Working Group. I've been part of UNCPAC as an expert member. I'm part of Bureau of Indian Standards and a committee set up under IT and IT enabled services for digital communication. Involved with several other bodies like FIDO, Cloud Native Consortium. I mean, that's all my association and small background on that. But a couple of slides on introducing eMudra, what we are doing. We enable enterprises on the data security and information exchange, more in terms of paperless, PKI, and cyber security. our solutions revolve around 4 dimensions. One is on securing online access. In India as well as in several regions, we have done a lot of authentication solutions, digital signature authentication or different kind of authentication. The banks in India use it. The e-governance project use it. So that's one of the area. Second is trust services. Trust services is the digital signature certificates, what we are doing. India is the home ground for us. We do a lot of certificates here. But yeah, we are expanding globally. Public key infrastructure is we enable organizations to operate as a certifying authority. So in India, we have few customers. I mean, not the public certificate authorities, but there are several other certificate authorities under CCA who are like for a closed usage cases. So we enable them as certifying authority. But we have several national routes operating under our CA solution in several parts of the world. The fourth is paperless office. It's more of transitioning from paper to paperless. We are making organizations go paperless again in banking in several domains. We have been implementing this solution. So all our IPs are proprietary. We have 750 plus employees as of now. 7 officers headquartered in Bangalore. We have our own office near the airport in Bangalore. We run the thought leadership among different global bodies. CAP Forum, we are a CAP Forum member, Asia PKI, Cloud Signature, so different things. I'll cover them in next slide. For 2 consecutive years in IDC under Identity and Digital Trust. We are also recognized by Gartner as a global full service enterprise solution vendor. We have issued more than 60 million plus certificates in India. And the anchor is that we operate public PKI at a global level through our own trust anchors with several country-specific TAs as well. I'll also touch upon a bit on that. And more importantly, we are web trust audited and run web trust. This is about our thought leadership, quality, and security portfolio. We are part of several global organizations, as mentioned. Cloud Signature Consortium is a body headquartered in Europe working on online remote signing, because that is what is more happening today in Europe and also being expanded around the world. The previous speaker touched upon that as well when we mentioned about EIDAS, right? So a couple of companies also it was there. So they're more doing towards remote signing. So this body makes some standardization of specifications around the remote signing for the globe. CAP Forum is a CA browser forum certifying authorities and the browsers, more for SSL certificates, but also for SMIME certificates and different use cases, code and certificates. They're kind of a governing body. It's an association of certificate authorities and browsers. We are web trust accredited. We are part of Asia PK. Then we are also in AATL. We are part of FIDO. We are safe certified. Then I mean, these are all US certifications for several healthcare and different data protection. Quality certification, several quality certifications around this domain, because this, as we discussed, is more a trust-oriented industry and it requires a lot of security certifications to operate as a trust service provider. So ISO 27001, CMMI, level 5 maturity, SOC 2 type 2 certification, then GDPR, HIPAA compliance for US, the safe certification. Then more importantly, our solution is also EL4 certified. There are very few solutions in PKI which are EL4 plus certified, because that's when we are able to implement national root certificate authorities in different geographies with this. Before I move on to global trust, I'll also cover something on what we are doing in the new age PKI use cases. So we have invested huge on IoT. IoT is one of the area where PKI is picking up very well. In India, it's more limited to smart cities, but in several parts of the world, we are working with partners, the city bodies. So in Europe, we are doing smart meters for a couple of countries, completely on our PKI stack. The certificates are issued to the devices, they're authenticated, there is remote encryption and identification of the data and the devices. We are also doing something in aerospace. So we are partnered with someone like Boeing. We are doing the complete component identification and encryption for the airline data, because it goes to like hundreds of checks before a flight can take off, right? So that kind of system we are partnered with airline carrier and along with Boeing. So we are doing that. So a lot of use cases are happening around IoT. So that's a huge investment we are driving. We are also doing much on blockchain. Blockchain, we are not a blockchain platform provider, but we work with blockchain platforms, Hedera or Hyperledger or any of the platform, Ethereum. So what we do is, because blockchain is more positioned as an anonymous identification, but nowadays it is maturing more to have identity-backed signatures on blockchain, because it is more evolving as a distributed ledger, which is the core intention of the blockchain. So that's how it has been doing, because it came from Bitcoin era, which was more anonymous, and now in a established world, it is coming into identified signature. The data going into blockchain are signed with identifiable signature. Our e-sign has been a very good use case for blockchain, where shortly the certificate can be used for signing the data to the blockchain. The other investment, what we are doing huge is on PQC. Even the previous speaker touched upon that, the post-quantum cryptography. Two areas. One is on the random number generation, which is a post-quantum proof random number generation techniques. We are also working with HSM partners to evaluate the firmware upgrades towards this, and also to support the post-quantum algorithms. NIST has this year published 3 algorithms which can be used for post-quantum. So we are doing much on that. The other thing what we are doing globally is also on e-passport projects. A couple of countries where we are doing the implementation. The PK stack runs on our it's an ICOV compliant solution. We do PK stack, we do cross certification with the local trust chains and enable them with e-passports. I mean, these are some of the projects what we have been doing. I mean, we started from India. Our journey has been like now started, we established, and we now go beyond the boundaries of India. And we are glad that Indian digitization journey has been doing great, and several countries are taking that example and respecting what we are doing. So that's a great journey what we are experiencing. Coming up on 2 subjects of what I want to cover. One is on global trust, and second is on Asia PKI. Global trust is what we derive and try to reach across the world. The green dots are where we have made some footprints. We have expanded beyond India. We do like 3 different approaches. One is like trust service enablement under national route, what we did in India. These are fully isolated setups. We come under the national route of that particular geography and operate the infrastructure and give the trust service. Second is we have a global route, which is again headquartered in India, but we do it in different countries where there is no data residency requirement. There are several countries where data residency is not a requirement. So we operate such infrastructure from India and give the legally compliant digital signature for those geographies. Third is where we have challenges to establish both the approaches. We also partner with the organizations, enable them with our PK stack, and enable them to run the trust services in those geographies. We enabled several countries like that where we are providing trust services through technical partners. So this has been our global journey. The main thing is what we did is we did this global trust. We are the first and only Indian company as on date doing this global trust. When I say global trust, I would more get into web trust in the subsequent slides, because this has been a great experience for us to have this journey. So you can see here there are about 5 web trust seals at the top of this slide. So that is what is the outcome of the web trust audits. What we do, we are now already, I think, 5 years of web trust audit, 6th year of web trust audit we are in. So what it does is, so we do the web trust audits, we approach to the global application providers, and there are some requirements what we have to meet of them, and then they accept us as a globally qualified trust provider. So we are one among a few globally operating. There are only about 8 certificate authorities. Regionally, there are more, like in Europe, there are some regional players. China, there are regional players. But global scale, there are about 8 players. We are glad that we are there, and we are the only Indian company doing that. What we offer under this global trust portfolio, again, these are the different products, right? So one is digital signing certificates, what we do. But again, as I said, these are regional in nature. we look into what are the respective laws in those geography and how do they recognize our certificates, and then we work upon. But SSL TLS certificates, these are globally accepted because more it's dependent on the application rather than the local laws. So it's local, we issue certificates and across. So currently we have issued for more than about 95 countries. We have issued SSL certificates. Core time certificate is another use case. Microsoft and Oracle, these are the Oracle, and I say it is Java applications, which the applications can be codes, and we issue certificates for that. Other major use case, what we are doing is on running the private key infrastructure for different use cases. We are doing several in Latin America, we are doing in Europe, where for IoT or different kind of use cases, we do private key as well. So these are customized offerings, the product portfolio. Different perspective of the same portfolio. If you see, there is private trust, public trust, and country-wise trust. Again, if you see, some are browser specific. These products are driven by browsers. Some are by Adobe Trust, Adobe and Microsoft Trust for document signing. Then there are other private use cases, right? IoT, private individual, there is MTLS use cases, the mutual client authentication. So it's what's happening around. What I want to really touch upon with that is how was our journey and what is really the web trust, and our regulators have been keen on suggesting this over last several months or maybe a year. In several meetings, it has come that why not more CAs in India move towards web trust certification, and why not more auditors join this journey and enable the ecosystem to be more globally qualified, or maybe I can say globally interoperable. So web trust has been a framework for a globally recognizable CA setup, mainly around SSL and SMIME. These are the two important use cases with the web trust accreditation. But also other certificates, because AATL, everyone demands web trust. Even though, even if we have AATL, it's still again regional laws bind the usage. So it is again not a just an entry card. It's not just an entry. So SSL and SMIME, they are globally with the application. So this is something what it has. What is an alternative to web trust? All the bodies only rely on, there is one under standard under HC called EN 319411, part 1 and part 2, which is adopted by Europe. So in Europe, there is HC standard, HC auditors who does that. Web trust is a North American standard. It evolved in initial days of PKI. In 90s, it evolved. CPA Canada drove it. No, it's a North American standard, but Big Four took that standard across the world. Even other auditors joined. So it took a lot of early entry to CA ecosystem across the world. So now that's why most of the, even if you see Malaysia, if you want to get the regulator license, you have to do the web trust audit, then you get the regulator license, right? They don't run the national route of trust. What they do in Malaysia is there are independent CAs, you can do your web trust audit, apply for a license, they grant the license. So that's how this has been believed in several countries. So that is the scale of the standard. So how the process goes on, a simple diagram. So if you see, it starts with ACPA, the CACA, the body, CPA Canada body will authorize the practitioners to become a licensed practitioner. So there are a set of licensed practitioners who go through annual renewal of the license with CPA Canada. They should have the active license to conduct an audit. Again, it's geography based. They have to request for geography and the use case why they are applying for the license. Then they give a license for becoming a web trust practitioner. There are a couple of simple exams what they carry on, like minimum number of people what they should have. Then a licensed auditor can perform the audit. There is a list of auditors who are licensed available in CPA Canada website. Then the certifying authority intending to get this audit will approach one of the licensed practitioner to get the audit done. Then you can work with the auditor. Then there is something called point in time audit, period of time audit. Two different audits has to happen in first 90 days period. So those audits will be carried out, and then auditor will assist in getting the web trust seal. Web trust seal is nothing but URL uniquely given for your audit report by CPA Canada. So this will be given by CPA Canada. With that web trust seal, you get the audit report, and then you can apply for listing in the browser or whichever the application it is. So that process comes in. Then browsers may have some additional requirements. Sometimes it's 20% extra or 50% extra, 10% extra, and can just believe the web trust report itself. So they do some specific requirements, and then you are added to the trusted root CA program of that particular browser. So there are about major popular 4 or 5 browsers. There is a couple of application vendors which are popular, and they get they accept this. These are some different seals under WebTrust. One is a basic one. So basic one to run a CA, there is a WebTrust seal. Then if you are doing SSL, there is one specific for SSL. So basic plus SSL. If you are doing EVSSL, there is the third one, which is EVS for EVSSL. If you are doing code sign, there is one. Recently, there is something called VMC certificates, verified mark certificates for your brand protection. So if you are doing that, there is one thing. And if you want to do external array in SSL, there is external array ecosystem. If you have to do that, there is a separate array audit what has to be carried, and you should get the seal. So these are the different seals what are available under WebTrust. Yeah, I think that's much from WebTrust. I wanted to give an overview, but after this presentation, if you have some questions, definitely I can answer. But I will move upon to the next part. What I wanted to cover is on how we are driving thought leadership and trying to work on mutual recognition with the Asia PKI Consortium. So what is Asia PKI Consortium? It was founded in 2001 with about 3 countries coming together. Eventually, India joined that, and India is quite active for several years now. The idea is to increase adoption of PKI, bring awareness in PKI, bring interoperability between the CAs, between the relying parties, and also work towards mutual recognition of PKI. So this has been the core objective. The outcome should be secure electronic transactions using public key infrastructure. So this is the idea. There are about 10 countries below, but now it's 12. Today morning we had a call with Vietnam as well, so they may be also joining very soon. So more countries are actively joining this particular objective, and it's very active. In a map, if you see, we cover almost all of Asia other than the Central Asian region. A lot of interaction. So even the green one are full members, and the blue ones are in progress. I mean, they participate in the meeting, but still not a full member. So who is not a member can participate in the meeting as an observer on invite basis. So there are several procedures what we follow, and this is how we have been working with each of the geography. The idea is we have more government representations as well in these countries. We work on discussions towards how we can bring more recognition, the common set of standards between the countries, help them to develop the standards, develop the policies, and also help how the business application can adopt PK in those regions. So these are the major work what we are doing in these geographies. This is the current governing council. India is the chair, Mr. V. Srinivasan, he chairs this consortium. We have vice chair from Hong Kong, Iran, as well as Thailand. So they are the vice chairs. This governing council is elected every 2 years, and this year again there is a election process. What will happen? We have working groups because as a consortium, consortium itself cannot run by its objectives. So we have working groups on determined objectives. There are 3 major working groups. One is on business application working group. This is chaired by Taiwan. The idea is how more applications can adopt PKI, right? Business application adopt PKI. What are the challenges? What are the advantages to them? So this is what we go on advocating on PKI. Second is legal and policy working group. This is chaired by Hong Kong. We have people from different audit firms, even someone from Big Four helping us in this particular area. We work with geographies on what are their the legal and policy framework, what they have, what would be that it would make it better for them to come to global equivalence. So these are the activities they conduct. Third is technology and standards working group chaired by myself. So what we do is we work with the global bodies, other bodies, cooperation, more the standards bodies around this, get into partnership. How can we bring some equal standards to different geographies on this? We work with emerging technology players in this. And also we produce some white papers, case studies, what is happening around the world on this. So these are the working groups, what we do. And lastly, how do we extend the global cooperation, right? Because it's not just the Asian region. So Asian region is the right hand side part, which is the, I can say, blue zone, what I call. So that's the core membership region what we have. We have members coming from there, interested participants coming from there. But in last few years, we have gone beyond this particular region with global cooperation program. So we signed MOU with European Union entity. So we have access to 27 countries of European Union, where where our members can leverage advantage of working with them, identify what can be the mutual recognition or leverage knowledge. So that's more of discussions what we do with them. So we call knowledge sessions. We leverage knowledge on both sides, what's happening, what would be best for each other. We recently signed the MOU with the Arab League, the League of Arab, which is again about 22 countries in that region. It's the Saharan region, horizontally spread from Oman till West Africa, right? So that's the region. So till Morocco. So we went into MOU. Now we are open with cooperation with these 22 countries. Some are still like, the head to develop. They have their own regional and political conflicts in this region. There are countries like Sudan. We have countries like Algeria, Libya. So I mean, they're much behind in PKI. So it's very hard to do that. But we still have countries with very good budget, because there are several countries owning gas in that region. So they have good money over there. So even countries like Algeria, they have good money, good gas. So they have intention to get into PK, but still there is nothing, because some of these countries are into political conflicts with Europe or US due to this particular resource, right? There are no vendors who are going and supporting in those regions. So it's a good opportunity for our Asia PKI members to leverage that opportunity, work with them, and bring PK adoption in region. Then now, this end of this month, we are also signing a liaison MOU with African Alliance. It's again a body of about 60 countries in the African region. So we are signing an MOU in end of this month in a program in Morocco. So this again gives a lot of opportunity, because again, if you see Southern Africa, it's more similar to India. Some are advanced, some are much behind. Rwanda is great. South Africa is doing great. But there are still some countries which are looking for certain solution to come in. A lot of knowledge sharing could happen with those countries, and work with them. So this has been a good move for Asia PKI members. Our members are quite interested to work together, because we not only have government, we have enterprise members as well. Enterprise members see an opportunity to work with them, give their solutions in those regions, and enable those geographies. So this has been more an activity. But overall, the consortium is a non-profit organization. We are not into any commercial business as such, but we enable the members to do their business in any part of the corporation what we are working on. Yeah, that's much from my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Under certification of CMM5 and EL4. So would you like to giving certificates on global customers on EIL4 device, or it is fixed standard?
No, the device is still FIPS standard. That's more we work with the HSM player. Thalys is a good friend of us in several geographies, so we work with them. What we have EL4 is for our technology stack, right? The CA solution. So CA solution has to be EL4 certified, because that is one of the requirement in several security aspects.
Next question is that you are maintaining global boot also. So it is under your custodian or someone maintaining?
It's our own custodian. Basically, separate facility, but it's our own custody. What we are.
Third one is like, so you are telling that SSL is required, web trust is required, especially for SSL. Signing or device signing. Suppose as an individual, we are taking DSC, whether it is web trust implication comes over the individual DSC or not.
It comes, yeah, it comes.
How it comes.
Yeah, it's a different way of looking at it. When we work on global equivalence of the compliance, when we work with other countries, if they want to, they have to recognize our electronic signature. They ask like, what is the conformity you are into? So when we are telling it's a custom audit criteria by government, it's a little tricky to accept that, right? So
my question like once it is a desktop based applications, so this controls our root certification not going over the net, so it will work fine if we locally provide the routes. Okay, but some it is come through like browsers, and that browsers have the global trust, and that enabling trust does not comes, then I think it will give the alert sign for application running or not.
the browsers do not recognize digital signatures at all. So that's another thing. It's a pending project. If you see Mozilla Forum, it is still a pending project. No one has moved other than Netflix on that particular concept.
But sometimes earlier in an IC we are using like KP library.
Yes, again, Microsoft specific. Yeah.
Yeah. So at that time, once we are using signing for individual, so it will goes to the Microsoft store.
Yeah.
And then it is giving error. Suppose if it is not automatically installed or through knowledge base installation in Microsoft.
Yeah.
And in the same manner, once you are using some other browsers which are explicitly required that certificate, and it comes from their own store, then again it will give the error in such scenario.
Yeah, it's more a client authentication use case where my certificate can be used for authentication in the browser. So in that case, it's definitely should be listed in Microsoft. For that, you should have a trust audit to get the default listed over there.
You are referring about the PKI on a account standard. You have implemented a PKI on account standard, right? In your
Cloud.
account. I presume that it is for e-passport.
Yes.
Okay. Is that PKI yours as per POSTA standards or how it is?
It's a solution, right? Our solution is compliant to account standards. So I mean, we have done those projects in the countries where we are implementing. If something more technical, I have to ask for product team to answer that.
Okay.
But yeah, we get different use cases. One is ICAO. Similarly, we do for EMV certs. That's a different project for PKI. So these are more the technical conformance to run those kind of projects.
My second question is you are referring that you are only globally 8 CAs and that. In Germany also you have anyone refer? Can you say any name?
Germany does not have a global provider, but Germany has a regional provider called D-Trust. D-Trust is a company whom we know. Then there are a couple of more companies, but D-Trust is one we know closely.
Okay. The third question is if any new token manufacturer like a tokenized manufacturer, how do you help in to get involved with you for getting this token to be involved in your CA?
I would say in India, it's more of if you're compliant to the crypto device specification guidelines, we just add them. So we just take your audit report and add them. So that's what. But in several geographies, we work with token vendors because some are more enterprise projects or several closed projects what we work on. So we work with token providers.
Okay, okay. Is there any markets in a global way where certification other than FIPS is being aggregated or it is accepted globally worldwide?
Again, the standard is again US versus Europe, right? Because Europe is more standard oriented. US is historically they feel they are bigger. So FIPS is again like web trust. It is accepted worldwide, except kind of reservation in Europe. Europe has a common criteria certification more equivalent to FIPS. So they work with there are certain production profiles you have to be compliant to. and even I think SSM vendors knows it very well. So they are compliant to both the FIPS as well as the CC requirements of Europe.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we use the standard.
I need to ask that to you, I guess. So, but I am hearing from our regulator office several times that India may use EL as an alternate. Yeah.
And it will follow always US standard or Europe. So somewhere
I mean, India is good with both the regions, right? So today, a lot of standards, if we see, we derive. I mean, even if you see BAS works, are more deriving standards out of either ISO or European standards, right? So that has been the base. So definitely, I think as India, we have to honor even EAL for that. I mean, if they're not even FIPS.
But that changes also required some of the protocols. If we move on the white paper, why do you want to move on?
Yeah, I mean,
What way they need a white paper. That's what we have been expecting from your end.
okay.
So that
Definitely. I mean, there is nothing specific to technicalities of it. It's more common. I mean, the device vendors may know it better, but it's more of the CC acceptance, right? Today, what has happened? If you see mobile PKI, how it is evolving around the world is more because FIPS has some constraints to approve this mobile PKI, but CC has some leverage to approve this thing, right? So in some of the countries where mobile PKI has been accepted, I'm not referring to crypto SIM based. Crypto SIM is again smart card based, so the large volume implementation have again and again failed. But when we see of using the TEE or the secure enclave of the mobile, because iPhone is FIPS level 2 certified, right? So in that way, there are options to leverage that. But if you see in Android devices, there are limitations.
going for the restriction, the FIPS never has their own restriction protocols. That way, in what way we can break that platform to go to ES.
Right. But algos, if you see again, this kind of the production profile refers to the algos what are FIPS approved, NIC approved algorithms, right? So I mean, they're all like almost the same thing in different languages.
Algorithms only.
Yes.
Only that should be compromise between FIPS and the
Right.
so that you can
choice of the regulator.
they can take it forward.
Right.
The regulator is bound with the ITI, so in the ITI rules or somewhere it mentioned it's a standard.
Right.
First you have to modify that standard or you can include
A well-defined common criteria with some PP references, production profile references.
Even we have been requesting all the local vendors also to give us the white paper.
Okay.
Take it forward because we don't want to only stick to that.
Yeah.
Vijay, you mentioned in your presentation about IoT. Just wanted to understand what exactly for this forum, if you have implemented.
Yeah, we have done for EV vehicles. I mean, EV in automobile sector a lot. What we really give is there are two solutions. What we give, one is either we enable them with the PK stack. They operate their own private PK to issue certificates to their devices. Because in IoT, what happens, the algos little change, right? So we also support Edward curves, right? So that's more smaller and quick in doing, or more it's easy algorithms, they're smaller key length. That's what we do. So our PK stack supports that, they host it. But in many of the cases, what we do is in our global trust, we create separate things called there is a trust chain by which IoTs can run. So they hook onto our for key certificate issuance or the key rotation matter. They connect via APIs and leverage that. So a lot of automobile sector, what we have done is more leveraging our cloud stack and using those. Or PK majority used this as a hosted service, but yeah, we do have on-prem implementation as well, where the customer can afford to implement such kind of infra. I mean, they have to really have HSM. They should have the solution to be hosted there. What happens is in several sectors they have reservation. They don't see PK as a real component, right? I mean, the HSM vendors may know it better. Always the argument is, I'm running my business. Why you're talking PK is bigger? So that's why they have reservation. So cloud one goes easy for that, but the on-prem one, there are reservations unless they are an enterprise who knows the value of it to host it by themselves. Yes, thank you again.
Mr. Vijay Kumar, for session is on e-sign and PKI solutions. It's being presented by two speakers. At first, I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Kumar from SIDAC Pune. Sorry.
Afternoon. My name is Vivek. I am from SIDAC Pune. I am here presenting the online digital signing facility being developed by SIDAC Pune, which we call as e-Aksar. My domain of expertise includes, digital signatures, and I also work in natural language processing. Currently, I handle both aspects. So to start with, as you are aware of, there are two traditional ways of getting your document digitally signed. One is through traditional dongles, USB tokens. Another is the e-sign, which is anytime, anywhere, API-based online solution. So CDAC is into the e-sign, that is online digital signing facility, which can be availed by citizen of India having a valid Aadhaar. Okay. Going into the detail, I would like to present small clip which demonstrate our solution. Yeah. I think from the demo, it is how service can be integrated in your web applications, right? So as of now, we are supporting three modes of authentication: OTP, biometric, and iris. So based on your requirement, you can opt for the authentication. So the demo I have shown with the OTP, right? Currently, we are leveraging services to the central, state, government organizations along with PSUs and union territories. currently we have 140 plus organizations live with us. Till 31st August 2022, we have issued 7.5 CR for DSCs. These are some of our live clients who are onboarded with us. As you can see, we have different applications from different organizations all over India, like KIDH, Karnataka. Then we have municipal corporations like Pune, Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi. So these are using, there are different applications in which there is a possibility of signing a document digitally. As I mentioned, 140 plus organizations are currently onboarded with us from different sectors, different states. Applications like different e-governance applications, then we have transport department applications, then organizations like EPFO, Goa IT department, and various other educational institutes are also integrated with us as of date. And there are more than 250 plus organizations who are currently onboarding with us. So this was all about our current solution that we are offering and some of our clients and the applications that we are leveraging. Okay. So any kind of application wherein there is a possibility to sign your document digitally can easily be integrated with our solution. It is platform independent in terms of technology like Java, .NET, PHP. And also during onboarding, we have 24/7 support, like in terms of getting calls, answering the calls, resolving your queries. So these kind of things we, take it on priority to onboard the organizations as soon as possible with our solution. So from demonstration and the details of our onboarding process, we have stall outside at the entrance. So you can get in touch with me. Okay. And for any other queries, it's open now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Then it will ask that VID or UID to enter.
Right.
I enter yours in my account. Okay. And OTP will go to your mobile. And once I have taken OTP from you and put it, then my document is signed by your ID.
Yes, sir. Yes, that is the.
And how it is just like UPI. So once you are entering the phone pay and we have entered some others mobile number and the request will go to others and they will say that this is my OTP. So here on behalf of me, some others could sign.
Yes, sir. That is the flaw. Flaw in the sense it's a restriction, sir. Basically, with the current framework of
internally mapping UID.
Yes,
of the customer so that it will should not ask within the customer ID.
Okay.
That what is your EID or UID?
Sir, as per the framework that is given by CPA for e-sign integration, and from ESP perspective, that is e-sign service provider's perspective, we are not allowed to store or either the data or the other specification of the user. Okay. So the problem you have indicated to be handled at the client application level, basically. So for example, you have a workflow based application, right? So before landing for e-sign page, so you have to provide certain authentication so that a valid user can only be,
ultimately at the time of signing
yes,
on the fly, it should check whether the UID provided by the customer under the same name having entered in the database name is matching or not.
Yes, sir.
That is the main problem. Like suppose once we are open my e-file and through e-file, I have entered yours UID and after getting PIN, then in e-file in my account, you are signing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got your question. Yes, sir. So basically, definitely we are working on it because in backend we are receiving a lot of queries from different departments mentioning the same issue. Okay. So we are working on the solution for that. Currently, we are suggesting it has to be handled at the application level so that,
earlier the same thing happening with the NIC procurement software.
Right.
Someone has made login ID password. After entering their account, some other person can enter their DSC card or DSC token.
Right.
They could able to sign. So it's very expensive.
So technically, I will look in you with my development team, so we can take it offline, sir. Yeah.
Vijay, so I saw your demo in the previous video. There was third option of UID token. How exactly this works? Because it's very specific to KUA, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, UID token can be fetched from the response that has been generated by our e-sign service. Specify it further. For example, a user has used our service to get a document signed. Okay. So first time when user get the document signed, in the response itself, there is a UID token. Okay. So
E-sign response.
yes, in e-sign response, basically it's an XML. So from that XML, you have to fetch it. Okay. There is PKCS7 object, right? So we have to parse that and fetch that UID token. So it is specific to that particular user. So that next time whenever user goes for e-sign, he need not to enter the Aadhaar number, right? You can straight away, UID token can be embedded into the request XML. So all this happens in terms of XML only. Whenever user uploads a document for signing, in back end the XML got created, right? Which includes the hash of the document. In that XML itself, there is a provision to enter the UID token, right? So,
yeah. So I will just extend my question.
Yeah.
I understood that. Is there a special approval given by CCA office for this? Because our auditors did not permit this, because CCA guidelines does not permit this mechanism to pass the UID token or the response tampering to pass back the UID token. So
okay. So yeah. So I have to check with SIDAC's legal team, sir. What is the approval we got?
Sorry to ask you
because
this
no. See, I got your question. See, this is the requirement from one of our clients, which is KRDS, right? So they were in need of this token, so they have the approval.
I mean, whatever Kanji mentioned, so similar queries our customers also keep asking.
It's SIDAC Pune has to take the approval, or
As per my knowledge, KRDS has the approval. We can show.
No, but
yes.
in response tampering, ESP has to take the approval, right?
So that's what I said, sir. I will get in touch with legal.
Last audition.
Sorry, to ask in this forum, I mean, the intention was to understand if there is an approval or not. Maybe we can discuss that.
Yeah, sure.
Has been taken up in the audit? No. The audit
Yes.
She says no. Is there? Yeah, it's there.
Well, recently we have the audit, sir. I was not part of the audit process, so it was the development team, so I will get in touch with them.
Discuss with me.
Sure.
So let's not take it a very complicated. What's Mudra's intention is not to make it
Yeah, if there is approval, we want to take, because a lot of companies demand that we pass it back the token and do.
In that case, can we just bring the gaps? Why the approval is not given for others?
No, we were not even aware that the guidelines does not permit. We were not aware that the
Why
approval
the
process.
guideline doesn't permit? That's a gap. Guideline doesn't permit.
No, because what happens in it comes under Aadhaar boundaries, the storage of UID token is only by KU as per the Aadhaar thing. So here KU is CDAC. As per Aadhaar Act, only CDAC was permitted, even under Aadhaar Act audit. Only KU is permitted to store the UID token and reuse the UID token. Here it is passing to ASP. So even from the legal angle, whether it is right or wrong, maybe CC office also may have reservation. I think initially we discussed this when the Aadhaar thing, because EPFO project, I think ourselves and CDAC both were there. This was a requirement if they can pass the Aadhaar number or UID token. But that time the Aadhaar Act was thought that UID token can only be stored by KUA or AUA. it cannot be passed to other entities. So this was the core. So that's why we wanted to understand, because the demand continues in the market. So if there is a way that we can also take such approach, we would be interested. There's nothing wrong that I want to say that on CDAC, but it's more if that facility is there, it would have been good.
Sure, sir. I will share the details of the approval. Shortly, I will share the details.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see the take it forward.
Sure.
Thank you.
I just wanted to check whether you support multi-signing and multi-party based.
The current version of eSign, which is in production, it supports only single sign. But we are releasing the next version, which will support multiple sign.
What about pages? Number of pages.
The number of pages now it is also possible. So with single sign, you can replicate your sample on multiple pages.
Multi-party is not supported.
No, sir. Multi-party in the sense multiple signatures you are saying on the same document.
Suppose it's a document, it's two people, co-signed.
No, I didn't get it. Can you please-
Like in the meetings,
Hmm.
suppose 5 members are there.
Right.
So in the notings or reports, in the minutes, 5 members could sign.
That is possible.
That is possible. That is both a parallel signing.
No.
That is one is the vertical signing you are talking about. This is the parallel signing. Parallel signing possible.
Sir, sequential signing is possible. I mean to say with single
One after
transaction. Yeah.
The demo you have shown about the authentication of one method of authentication, OTP method.
Right.
And also you are referred like there are biometric also that you are referred.
Right.
You have you integrated the same in your applications also?
Yes, it's live. So all three modes are live with us.
What are OTP,
Biometric and iris.
iris also.
Thank you Vivek, for the demonstration of the time. The next session is on PKI based software solutions from CDAC Bangalore.
Thank you. So my name is Anup Kumar Pandey. I'm a joint director at CDAC Bangalore, and I'm also a senior IEEE member. I have 10 years of experience, and so I DNS security, PKI, or normal information security, internet engineering related tasks like IETF. So in last few years, we have developed some solutions that I would like. So one of the solution is PKYC solution. So nowadays, with after pandemic, especially in-person verifications were difficult. So we developed video KYC, and in the video KYC, we have a streaming server. It's an open source streaming server, and in that, it's like one bank official and the client both can authenticate each other first, and then after that they can start the video KYC process. Have multiple things. So one is like face recognition. So we have to match the face of the customer who is trying to authenticate himself. Then we have the speech to text conversion, so that liveliness can be checked. The user has to display his any document like Aadhaar card or driving license, whatever. Basically, it is customizable. We can have any document that the client wants to show. Apart from that, so this is the important part. Is it is happening in live mode. It's not like recorded and upload. So that is there. Recently, we deployed a proof of concept at SBI. They wanted to use it for their live certificate users. So video, they wanted to use it. So we deployed it for a month. They have been using. There's like some screenshot where somebody can take appointment. So it's like appointment based. Anybody can take appointment at a particular time, and at that time he has to present for that video verification part. And from the financial institution side, means either bank or anybody who wants to do that verification, one officer will be allocated on random basis. So many customers will be there, and any one customer will be connected to any of the officer that is available, and then video KYC process will start and proceed. These are some of the screenshots. You can see like first part is the preview part. So in which there is a applicant and then there is a bank official. So word is written is maker, because SBI says that we will use the word maker for our official. Then the valid document we can show, like in my case, I am just showing my ID card. PAN verification is there. So in that, somebody has to show his PAN card. Optical character recognition will identify, will check the PAN number and then pass it to PAN database and check whether the PAN is valid or not, and whether the name of the person is matching with the PAN produced or not. And I already talked about face recognition. And the face recognition, the thing is that many times it happens that the photo is very old in the bank records. So still it works good. And that's why we have two levels of face recognition. One with the Aadhaar photo, and another one is the whatever the live person is coming with the photo which is stored in the bank already, the older photo. Okay, so apart from that, we also have developed one RA solution, and this particular example is for PEL, Bharat Electronics Limited, which we developed. This application is available on all platforms, iOS, Android, and web applications. So this portion that I am showing here, this is only for the video KYC part for the RA application. So somebody can register for obtaining a digital signature certificate, and in that process he can do the video KYC. And after that, the RA side, so at RA administrator, he can check the candidate's video, live streamed video. Here also we are using live streamed video, and both possibilities are there. I think there is a requirement that at least two RA administrator has to approve that the video KYC is correct, the person that has been identified is correct, or otherwise one automatic through face recognition and one manual. But again, it is customizable. So like for our example, PL says that we should have an option to switch on and off the automatic process. So if and plus additional that along with automatic, we need two manuals. So these things are customizable depending on the customer requirement. The iOS application, the screenshot is for that. And similarly for the Android application, so there is a login process, and after the login, there are some instructions, and for checking the liveliness, some random questions will come. So we have a set of questionnaires. Out of that, some random questions will appear, which he has to answer during the recording phase. And during the recording phase, also the question will appear. So you can see here. If you cannot see, I will read out. During recording, answer the questions that will appear here. So questions will appear there itself, and you just have to answer. And similarly, we have a web application. Just I'm showing demonstration of all the platforms. After that, there is admin portal. So where whatever recordings have been received, whatever live stream videos has been received, the admin has to take a call. So there are. So first thing first, RA admin that will be logging, that also either plain username password based authentication or crypto token based authentication is also there. It can be enabled or disabled depending on whatever organization setting is there. And there is extensive activity log. Not only the administrators who has logged in, but also of the applicant. What activity did applicant perform, what question did he answer, all those things are also recorded. So from audit trail perspective also, we have taken care of that. That is our PKI RS solution for the authentication of DSC applicant. Another part is we have another solution is called confidence. So in the first talk from Thales, Mr. Ved Prakash was mentioning that file encryption is required. So like he was giving an example of ransomware, and he said that one of the recommendation is that files should be encrypted. Okay, so this serves that purpose. So we have this solution. It's a encrypted storage. It's a centralized encrypted storage which multiple users can access and store their files. The files will be encrypted, and the workflow has multiple things. So like project wise management. So like if there are multiple projects, then multiple project will have different files. All will be segregated. It's not like one can link with another or one can access another. Similarly, per project, users are also there. So like one person can be assigned to one project or two projects. He cannot access all the projects. So this kind of restrictions are there. This is a web-based application, so all the access is through web-based. Restrictions can be imposed. So like, for example, if you're downloading a file, watermarking can be done, or maybe only few file online viewing is allowed, or few files editing is allowed. So not for all. And then version management is also there. So like I downloaded the file, I made some changes and I uploaded it back. So that version management, like who changed it, what was the change that was done. So all those management is also there. One can also highlight and put comments. Whatever happens in like we have seen in Adobe Reader, we can highlight something, we can add comments, all those things. Now, apart from that, anyway, I have already talked about access, that the user can be mapped with a particular project and have access to only that part. But apart from that, we have like authorization also. So somebody like moderator, somebody will be normal user who can only view the document. Moderator will have limited access, and then like admin will be there for a project who will have like unlimited access. So these are some screenshots, and we have compared our solution with some of the others. So for example, Zoho OneDrive, FileShare Media, Dropbox, Trusted, Glip, Google Drive. And so in our solution, basically, technical side, what I would like to say is that all the files will be encrypted with one file encryption key, which will be separate for projects, project-wise. And then all the project encryption key will be key encryption key. And that key encryption key will be basically logged with user's crypto token. So once someone logs in, then for that user, that key encryption key will be enabled. And depending on what authorization level and what access he has, that corresponding file encryption key will be enabled for him. So this is the comparison. Now, the last one is that so the last one is one product. It is in development phase, and this is EMCE, which is Electronic Multi-User Collaborative Enterprise Environment. Just now there was a talk that multi-party signing. So I am talking about the vertical part. So vertical signing we are talking about, but in addition to that, we are also talking about making the again versioning system. So first user signed, after that whatever changes were made. So changes were made, first user signature will not be treated invalid. Whatever changes were made, that will be like next version in which second user is signed. So apart from the vertical signing, we also have the versioning system. And once whoever has signed, his signature is valid for only that much content. Next user signing is valid on the extra content edited means modified or added, and so on. So that will proceed with that. This document signing is a crypto token based signing. It will be a web-based application, and we are also thinking of integrating with eSign. And any new user, we can use our existing BKYC solution for onboarding. So these are the available. So any query? Yeah, please.
So KYC, is it as per RBI guidelines, because they have a mandate for video KYC? So is it following that and has it been certified?
We have followed every guideline. It has not been certified yet because there will be customization as per the client requirement. But yes, we have followed the one is CCI IBG guideline and plus whatever RBI guideline.
I had another question here.
Yeah.
Now, you're doing the DSC, the video of the applicant applying for digital signature.
Yes.
How do you ensure that the guy who's on the video is in India and not abroad? Because you can't do it out of the country. Right?
So yeah. So one thing was here I have not shown it here, but we are also capturing the location of the user. So we are asking to give permission for accessing the location. And from that, we are matching whether he is there in India or not.
So if he is not there, then it will stop the process, right?
Yeah.
So just adding to that, so you'll be since you are storing logs, etc. for the KYC that happens, this will be an on-prem solution, or is it APIs that you are giving?
So we are giving both options. So one is that it can be on-prem or we can host it on CDAC cloud, and then one can access as a like service. Both options.
Might not be allowed by the current CCA guidelines, so it has to be an on-prem.
Basically, wherever the requirement is there.
Type of
So any more questions till whatever I have covered? So then
solution. You are providing solution to customer SBI banking system, or you are itself providing solution to CA?
Whoever wants to use it.
So only RA part means customer management sides. You are
the onboarding part. Currently, we have only worked on the onboarding part, not the certificate generation and other part.
Okay. So might be CA can also utilize your services.
Sure.
And also banks and other customers who are up to that level after verification of the user through RA, it will come to that system.
Yes.
And then after that, DSC will come into the picture because users want the DSC. On the basis of that verification, CA will create a DSC, or bankers will create a bank account or whatever.
Yes.
So in bank systems, the PKI solution where it comes into the picture. So only you are through RA, you are authorizing credentials of the user based on their video or Aadhaar or any ID based recognition. Then the packet will move through RA to the actual banking systems or CA systems. Then after, either account will be opened or either your DSC will be created by CA, etc.
Yeah. So there will be a callback. So either if it is implemented with at the premise of the customer itself, then there will be like internal exchange of information, or there will be API-based callback, which will inform the parent application that from our side, this is the verification part which is completed successfully.
Since you are doing OCR on the document that is being shown in the video, are you also do you also have the capability of matching the document with an uploaded document?
Yes. So basically, there are two things. One is for PAN. Anyway, there is a PAN database where we can send a request and it sends us the information whether it is valid or not.
No, no, I'm not asking that. Let's say, for example,
That is one part. But PAN to means PAN document to PAN document match or Aadhaar document to Aadhaar document match. That
so let's say in the video I'm showing my PAN card. Document which I've uploaded is not that PAN card, but something different. It's not able to match that.
So there are the number matching and plus verification at the back end is there.
And another question is, you are also doing face matching, right?
Yes, sir.
So, is in your work, in your understanding, what is the percentage of success that you get? Because we have also done the same. Because that's the reason I'm asking you.
So the photo in the backend application is running, which is API. So in the backend there is a API based application in which we send the.
What is the percentage? What I mean, 70%, 80%. What is an acceptable? According to you, what is an acceptable?
Okay, that one. So that one is again customization. So basically in the admin portal.
No, that is not customization. What he is asking is how much percentage of face application is accepted range.
So that
If you're not wrong,
Our understanding is
70%, 75%.
no, what I was talking about is the customization based on the RA. That RA
Because in the automated method, sometimes they even actual real photos, even it's coming sometimes 40 to 50%. In a real, where there is no impersonation or anything happening, but the system is giving a what
he is actually talking from the point of view of threshold.
you can set a threshold. Threshold what you are saying.
above it should be acceptable, and below that it should not be acceptable.
Generally, what we understand is 75%.
one application will suffice 70% based on your algorithm.
What is the ratio? Like I am the true person, even though my picture will be identified. So have you?
Yeah, that we have done extensive testing because as I was saying earlier also, bank account may have been opened 10 years earlier, or PAN may have been made when I was younger, and now I'm looking like this.
But I don't see percentage there because once we have taken DSC from C, I think 5-6 times we have tried to upload our face. So ultimately, after 10 or 12 times, then it will be sufficient.
So in fact, simply also like banks have said that you update your KYC and photo.
That's the reason the person is high. Otherwise, what you said is correct. Maybe do not go for the.
Let's take
The
continue.
question.
Next year the TV.
Is there any standard set minimum it has to capture from X number of additional points?
But basically, sir, they are looking for the output even back and so up to the years. Okay.
Apart from this, at CEDAC Bengaluru, we have services and training offers. So we run business continuity services and DR services. Currently, we have we have DR for certain computer emergency response team, and also for CTA. And we also provide consultancy and audit services. Have training programs, we have awareness programs, and we have delivered many awareness program as part of this project, next generation PKI project under the aegis of controller of certifying authority. We also provide different other high-end training programs. So, for example, DNS security, IT security, and general purpose information security. Like we have another project ISA under which we provide these kind of trainings. So these kind of training and services are there, which also can be available. And so if any requirement is there, you can mail us to pki@cdac.in, and you can also consult our business division head, Dr. Muhammad Misbauddin. So he will be outside only, I think. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you all for such a wonderful audience. And we have lunch starting at 1:30. Still we have 5 minutes. Let's go to the stalls and see what they have to offer. Thank you.
Presentation is 2:30. Okay.
The session should begin at 2:30.
You want to show the phone. ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ಇದೆಷ್ಟು 8/6. 8/6 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಟ್ ಬಂದ್ 8 6 ಅದು 8 ಸೊ 6 ಆ ಕಡೆ 8. ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಇವಾಗ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ? ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ? ಟಿವಿ ಇದೆ, ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಯಾವ ತೆಗಿತಾರಲ್ಲ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವ್ರೊಂದು ಡೇಟ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಡೇಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಟೈಮ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಂಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಣ ನೀನೇ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ನಾವು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಷ್ಟು ನಂಗೆ ಡಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಶೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಹುಡುಗರು ಟೀಮ್ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಯೂಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ಸೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಾಸು ಒಂದು 20-30 ಟೀಮ್. ಆ ಟೀಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಲೈಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನ್ನ ರಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಏನ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ನ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಹತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೀರೋ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರ. ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಳಿ ಯಾರು ಡಿ ಬಾಸ್ ದರ್ಶನ್. ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗ ಹೇಳ, ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇಂದ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇವಾಗ ಈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಎರಡನ 2 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ, 3rd 4th ಹಂಗೆ ಹತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಿಡಿಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹಿಡಿತೀನಿ ಆಗತ್ತ. ಹಿಡಿಯಪ್ಪ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಂದಿರಿ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಹತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಿರುಪತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಬಂದ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ ಬ್ರೋ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
ಹೋಗೋಣ. ನೀವು
ನಂಗೆ ಇದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅದು
ಹೌದಾ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡು, ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಚ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ?
ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಊಟ
ಹೋಗು. ಹಲೋ ഇവന്റ് എത്തിയാ ഇതിനകത്തിത് അല്ലിക്കിത് അപ്പൊ ഇന്നിക്കിത് இன்னைக்கு ஒரு ஈவெண்ட் இருந்துச்சு, அது கேன்சல் பண்ணிட்டாங்க நம்ம கிட்ட. கேன்சல் ஆயிடுச்சு அந்த ஈவெண்ட். அது 8th தானே அது. 8th சொன்ன நெக்ஸ்ட் டேஸ்ல 8th வேணும்னு சொன்னாங்களே திருப்பி. அதான் நாட் பண்ணிட்டுக்குமா. ಹುಡುಗರು ಅರೇಂಜ್ கரெக்டா நாலு பாருங்களேன். இப்ப எது தூக்குறேன் அவர் கேள்விங்க. எந்த ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡದ ಏನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಕೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಬೇಡ ಬಿಡು, ಈಗ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಸುಮ್ನೆ. ನಾಳೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಹೆಂಗ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲರಾ
Those kind of facilities. We understood how we go. Yeah, nice catching up. Get young again. इस पे लोड कर देना
wanted to ask, do you have an agent mode also or self-service? दोनों है क्या? Means we suppose calls, ये तो call आएगा, video call आएगा, तो क्या वो track कर सकते हैं कि log पे suppose ज़्यादा calls आ गए, suppose toll free number है और उसके साथ हम ये video KYC का incorporate करना चाहते हैं, people are calling, तो इतने calling इसमें क्या हो? इसमें जैसे application, you call टाइम सेट करना पड़ेगा, शेड्यूलिंग वाला चार्ट है। हाँ, शेड्यूलिंग कोई आदमी ज्वाइन कर लेगा, उसी तरह बैंक ऑफिसर भी जुड़ा रहेगा और वो मिक्स एंड मैच किसी को साथ भी करेक्ट करना है। लेकिन हमारे केस में बैंक ऑफिसर की जरूरत नहीं है, सिग्नेचर सिर्फ वो बोलेंगे। तो फिर इस केस में आपको फर्स्ट जो पीएल वाला मैंने एग्जांपल दिखाया वो आपके काम का है। जो उस पीएल वाले पर लाइव स्ट्रीम के थ्रू वीडियो जो है वो अपलोड हो जाएगा और उसके बाद से बाद में आ रहे जो जरूरत ना पड़े, लेकिन उसको कुछ बोलना है, अपना नाम लाइब्रेरी लिस्ट चेक कर उनके गाइडेंस के ना एक वो रैंडम वीडियो कॉल का है, तो वीडियो के साथ उसी वक्त मतलब सब अभी आप रैंडम नंबर आ सकता और वो जब बोल रहे हैं तो वो लाइनलेस चेक के साथ वो कोड करेगा तो कंफर्म ही हो जाएगा और फेस मैच वहीं पे करना है उसका। वो उसी टाइम पे जब वो बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका फोटो का वीडियो में जो उसका फोटो है वो क्लिक करके उसको पैन के साथ या आधार के साथ मैच कर। यहाँ लैटलॉन्ग बहुत जरूरी होती है बिकॉज demo selected actually a demo selected as screenshot डालना है इसी के लिए है implemented है जो कि certified ये certify करती है RBI से सब चल रहा है regulator से accepted है वो कॉर्पोरेट है ना मतलब ये जो सीसी का जो ये बेस्ड है IRDI या RBI या रेबी के लिए अलग परमिशन चाहिए फिर रूल IBC का गाइडलाइन। हाँ एक बार
Your role. And we wanted to see whether we can complete that. Bigger goals, right? They are doing all the Lands also we asked. Library land also we asked for the. Yeah. It's after that, right? Mobile down. Oh, basically, by app மூலமா you can download it, remote signing without third party. Working. So you want tokens or mission are making. Market. Develop. Devices. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಷನ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ நிறைய இருக்காங்க அது biometric device யூஸ் பண்றது அது registration இங்க பண்ணலாம் like we have registered with Secugen, Mantra, Quick அப்படி 3-4 service providers கூட பண்ணி precision ஓட பண்ணலாம் இன்னும் நாங்க கேவே வேணும் authentication services that also they are taking from us. KYC. Generally, I don't know.
Price. Service provider price extra.
Volume in a one-time integrated charges, platform usage charges, usual. ITI Vanda which should take. Only doing offline These are token ordering the delivery or if under process.
And for a single sign on, yes, you must clip it straight up. அது என்ஃபோர்ஸ்மெண்ட் ஐடி ஆக்ட் பிரகாரம் வந்து கம்ப்ளைண்ட் வரும்போது மட்டும் தான் டைமிங் ரீசைன் வேணாம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் authentication also kind of bridge and EL6 plus. Plus that kind of better step. What's the we work with CS.
நாங்களே யாருக்கும் கட்டியா கொடுக்கல வந்தாரு ஒரு ஆள் பெரிய எனக்கு எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவா முடியாது partners இருக்கா கேரளா 5 years. 5 years.
There also spare inside related. Yeah, stay for delivery. We're charging also. Fresh fee, even sir. Yeah, high end. Okay. The internet potential then. ಡಬ್ಬಲ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮೇನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಐಟಿಎಂ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇ KYC ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಫ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಉಡುಪಿ ಐಟಿಐ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ UID ಇದೆ ಬಟ್ 1 crore license fees ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೇ 20 ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ದುಬೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ
How is it start for you? Final done for you. Start for the
partner Gujarat Pandla. Refill
Yeah, like third party, I think it's third party. To be auditor. Mine is to be auditor. Hi, yeah, how are you? They're already 95. ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ What is the yes, because तुम्हारे लिए हाँ
Okay.
Then you get traffic into the market. Very powerful. Okay. Let's get free first. Since
Afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in another 5 minutes or so. Request members to Start the afternoon session with a talk from Mr. N.K. Anbumani, Senior Vice President, East Coast Electric Private Limited. The title of the talk is Blend of Core Talks, Security and Insights. Please.
Afternoon all. Hope I'm audible. Okay, top session right after lunch. So I'll keep it as light as possible. And what we're discussing from morning onwards, PKI and law. So I'm not going to touch the law part of it. I'm going to be part of PKI. And the topic is on security. So when you build security layers and layers, first of all, it creates a latency. And also it creates a hindrance to the user experience. That's the area where I'm trying to address. You will have the best security and also your best user experience. That's what I'm trying to cover today. The boring statement, weakest link. But if you see any typical data center, be it military zone or demilitarized zone, that you will have all bunch of security suites of firewall IPs, IDS, gateway antivirus, and load balancers. A bunch of devices you protect. Of course, it is all policies are important, training is important, education to individual department important. But I'll be touching upon the technology part of it. See the entire chain. It's all protected by machines and policies you put on the rules on the firewalls or rules on the routers. But when it comes to experience, I mean, username and password, that is where the actual issue comes up. That becomes the weakest link because we are giving it to user that please take. And it's not my statement also. This is what the study from the result kind of figure. 1% of which happens because of the stolen or the passwords. So that is the area. So in the entire chain, whatever suits you deploy, 81% happen from this last link actually there. So I'm trying to address that. Okay. Why that become last link? Because the cumbersome what we made on user policy, I mean password policies what we set up. So we want them, it should not be conventional name, it should have special characters of minimum of alphanumeric and some special characters. So and it should not be repeated words, words for 3 or 4 times. So this is the standard policy what we make. Okay. So actually make them to write in the pad or paste it on the monitor or store it somewhere else. So this is actually the issue. So humanly it is very difficult to maintain a secret password. Expert like Mr. Pandian, they will have logic of applying and then create a password and then secret. And the other point is also that if the really people are forgetting passwords, there are statistics which say that personal 78% and work life 57%. Thanks to help net security study. And there is also a what do you call anxiety or kind of discomfort when you forget the password, reset and do it. That creates the mood of the day actually. So that is again a productivity issue for the individual employees, let's say. So what do you do for that? That is what is today's session. So we are coming out with a very innovative product which uses the best proven technology of PKI, and it just removes the PIN number for kind of thing or whatever username or password policy or PKI there. The value proposition, what you are bringing is eliminate credential compromise, phishing attacks, prevent sharing and all that, reduce all this. So what the approach is for that is leverage on PKI. That is a proven established infrastructure. And do something close to near zero trust access. Not you can't claim it zero trust, but coming close to that. Okay. And common authentication and AML models. Of course, the benefits are dynamic authentication, multi-factor authentication we are achieving, and signing today we are signing it with our own root actually. We are talking to multiple CS that to make it as a compliant to IT Act. And benefits are frictionless passwords, and we are eliminating the OTPs, all those issues. What CIM problems are vulnerable username, passwords, phishing attacks, man-in-the-middle attack, those are standard security issues. We are addressing all these points in one single token. What is this product all about? So we have built that particular controller with a high security AL6 plus certified crypto controller. That's the basic full form of that. And cryptography it supports our VCP up to 521 and Trang up to compliance to AS 2031 standards. The key exchanges supported on ECBH for RSA and for the cipher of symmetric of 8256 GSM. And even the communications on TLS 1.3 and support OpenID SAML, and it is also FIDO2 level 2 certified. And extremely fast. And the other problem of when you collect biometrics is the spoofing is another biggest problem. So we eliminate close to 20-25 spoofing, which is the best intelligent people who can create spoof. Those are eliminated in this. Unless you are from a very research lab kind of thing, you want to do something, there is a possibility. But whatever standard human beings or slightly mature people can do, all this spoofing have been eliminated in that. And biometric data never leaves the particular token. So it's a sock, it is actually sock. It matches within the particular device. And then the PKI infrastructure takes care after that. Our FIDO2 level 2 certification. Okay, based on what we interacted with our customers and whatever they came to us for a solution, based on that, we have made a small framework. Basically. So the center point is our framework where we can create all these applications. Okay. And be it time and attendance, be it age authentication, or be it two-factor authentications, vault sign, or bionics, and event verifications. Event verification is very innovative thing required, which came from the field actually. The person who's coming for the first exam, second exam, third exam, or interview, and then person joining, there is an impersonation happening. And it has improved by multiple organizations, and these are the organizations which are currently using it actually. And for government examinations, and consultants using it for their internal exams. Okay, that's about the product. And I'm from Precision, and we are 25-year-old organization. So we started our journey as a system integrator, retailer and system integrator, and then we went into our own specialization for it on identity management, biometrics, and IoT. That is our current focus area. Our mission is leverage technology to enable customers that really matters. These are the 4 verticals which we are running our business today. One is on identity management, when it comes to biometrics, IoT, and system integration, and managed services. These are 4 business verticals which we run across the organization. That's it from my side. Any questions? I can take it up. Yes, we are set up a demo here, where the dongle can seamlessly work in multiple platforms. Today we are demonstrating on a Linux, Windows, and iOS. iPad we could nice. So we will come to the office and show that. Definitely. Any questions? No more questions then, can we?
What is the futuristic thought process for the existing solutions?
See, our product, we are focusing on banking interface and single sign-on using PKI infrastructures. And when it comes to signing a particular document, okay, that's where we want to work with CS. And we have briefed our CCA team on what technology it does, and we have 6+ FIDO kind of thing. There's a bridge which is happening between FIDO level EL6 plus FIPS. Then that's where we'll be able to become a proper apply to LGS. That's a plan, so we are discussing with CS.
Final stage or it's the processing stage?
We are the complete certain things. Thank you.
Brief introduction on the security and user experience. Next session is on
download the demo of downloading a digital signature certificate using mobile phone. Invite Mr. Prashant Plat, Managing Director, Veras. Hello, hi. This is Prashant from Veras Technologies, and we are going to show a demo for a particular use case where digital signature can be downloaded using a mobile. I'm going to be supported by my colleagues Amit and Josefa in showing the demo. Basically, here we are using an app. The app enables downloading of digital certificates across devices and platforms, including Mac. The app undertakes the CSR signing and download via an independent channel, not the traditional way. Normally, the way people do is they develop a particular application and then that application runs, or they use browser-based extensions. So this is also the app does not rely on any third-party requisites like token drivers, etc. What the resign app does, it creates the public-private key PIPS compliant token, signing of CSR using the private key from the crypto token and submission. The sign issued certificate back into the crypto token. These are the functions which the app does. We are going to demo this to you in the next few minutes. So with this, I'm asking Amit to start the demo. Opportunity to showcase the university process for downloading a digital signature in a token. So I'll be demonstrating the
token, mobile token.
On on one side of the screen, what you are seeing is the mobile phone, and the other one is the browser.
So once I connect to dongle, it will ask me the current password and the new password. So you can enter in the current password. So you can enter in the current password. You can enter in the new password. Okay, done. It's okay over here. Or application ID over here. This is the application ID which you are putting right now. This will create the review for that particular. Once I put in the application ID, it will say okay. Again, I will put the token password, it's current password. I'll say okay. Registration process. Registered in the key portal. The user can open the URL in his mobile as well as on the laptop. The https://ca.vcent.in/mobile DSA. Application ID over here. Password. Please allow us working upon notification process the download DSC. So one notification will be appear on my mobile.
receive this authorization on my mobile. So I'll say signing over here. This is the screen which will be finded on the left, mobile. It will ask me a token password. Token is ready to use. From mobile and connect to the laptop and show you the process. Very good. Public key and private. This is a test certificate which we are downloaded in the token.
For this particular thing, our technology partner is ODC. We have taken this solution. And with that, regarding, happy to answer these questions.
I would like to know if there is an XML document, which I discussed yesterday. If there is an XML document, it has to be canonicalized and graceful industry. So before you can see the document, what is to be signed, but just what is signed will be slightly different. So that should be shown actually inside the that what is getting signed. So there are two.
Given my observations yesterday, so during the start discussions, one is wherever the token is integrated, the token has to be identified to the subscriber first. So that is missing. Second thing, your audit is still not completed. Third thing, again, as Sir was saying, it has to be audited by SCQC also. So that has to be taken next level. So further, what are the integration have been along with the tokens? So first thing is that it has to ensure that all the passwords which is within the Exol app or with the token itself. So these things are not visibility in the your printed platform.
So this the Zoti app is all
Maybe you can come.
the entire solution that we demonstrated today runs on a platform called Zoti, where we offer a app to the users. App could be installed in a mobile phone or on a PC. the security of the token comes from the fact that only the token can validate the password, only token can hold the private key, and the private key never comes out of your token. Operations of the private key happens inside the token. So we are not deviating from that because we believe that is not security that we already have. This only a middleware like your drivers that you get from various tokens. What we are offering is a uniform, a generic ad, a universal ad that can work with any crypto token in the market today. We're just centralizing that part. So otherwise, we are not deviating from the security parameters also. Hence, the password validation, though, if you look at the current collect the password of the user from the password, but the validation is passed on to the driver and to the smart card, the token, which actually validates the password. So it is done as part of the token's internal architecture. So we do not deviate. So we do not store the password of the user anywhere in the app. Also does not store any other information. You would have seen when we connected the token to the mobile app, you would have seen that it did not ask for any permission other than connecting the USB port. So why the audit is not completed for the port? So that is just a process. We are in the process of completing it. So we have already initiated the process. We are completing probably in the next couple of weeks. It will happen. This is something which we are demonstrating. Currently, we have the August audience here. We wanted to demonstrate this concept. Idea is that we want to simplify the usage of certificates and crypto tokens for the market. Today, our certificates are where government is mandated the user wishes certificates. Other than that, we do not see the usage of certificates anywhere else. Large country and so many banking applications being here, everybody who is doing net banking, everybody's working from home, but identity of the user is still restricted to OTP and passwords. So our attempt sure that by simplifying the usage of the crypto token, everybody should be holding identity in their hands, in their pockets, so that they should be able to use this certificate to the token is concerned. Okay, so app does not store any logs. It is only the consuming application or the relying application which should be storing the logs. Like in this case, it is an RA application which is consuming. So RA application is responsible for storing all the logs related to the does not act is just a phase for the application. Whatever request comes, it shows, takes the user's consent and gives back to the consuming application. The user's consent for what? Okay, here when you saw this part, the demonstration that we did is for downloading a certificate. So the user's consent was for signing a CSR. The CSR which was created by the RA in the backend. Generally, that's what we do. We take the DM details and the public key of the user, construct a signing request, and ask the user to sign the request because he has the private. So the CSR request that is created by the RA application is sent to the ad, which is actually the hash of the CSR comes to the ad, and private keys with the user. It is requesting the ad sign using the private key of the user. How you are fetching a token password through your ad? You are again integrating with the token, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because token integrating the IP of the token. So you are a third party. Yes. How you are fetching that details without the knowledge of the subscriber? Sir, we again, whether the concern has been mentioned to the user that you will be involving in your ad, token app API. I mean, the fact that Zorki comes up and Zorki identifies when you plug in a token, that is because today with the drivers, if you look at, you could probably go back to that is any proxy key, it has a printed app already, it is working fine. Yes. When Zorki comes into the picture, you are totally bifurcating, hiding the proxy key API. We are not depending on proxy key. You are not depending on yes. Proxy key also. For example, proxy also in API. Yes. So you are totally hiding. From package enter. Yes. Whether you have permission with the proxy key to hide that. Proxy key or pass or standard. Nothing is proprietary here. If you look at the entire crypto token model, proxy key app is a proprietary for proxy key token. Yes, the OEM has to decide. We are not engineering anything there. We are not modifying the proxy key right token, which which is based on standards. Because if you don't talk standards, no token will respond to it.
If it is an identity of token, then it's fine.
Yes.
But you are using a third party token. Then how you are talking to the token without the permission of the OEM?
Okay, so today you have just like Windows or some of the tokens. They're all actually, if you look at, these are all layers for providing the
Password. I'm talking about the password.
Okay.
Password is it is my own data protection. How the data has been revealed or I've been trying to access
Okay.
through
Sir,
your app.
Sir, let me probably tell you. There is something called different standards. Like if you have a crypto token, if you're looking at, there are two different ways you can access a token. One is called CAPI, which is native to Windows, and this is 11. These are the standards that are in the industry. When you look at the CAPI way, what happens is Windows OS takes over, and the prompt that comes to you for entering the password is to the Windows layer, because they have something called CSP. All these token drivers offer a CSP.
So that is a security layer where you have been mapping it out to its layer.
No, I'm just telling you the way the data flows to your token and all this password validation happens. So your application is talking to, though it's little technical because I think I've been asked the question. The application could be a browser or if you click line or whatever application is actually, if it is taking a CAPI route, it just makes an API call to CAPI, which passes on to the CSP talk. Now the application layer is where the prompting the password is happening with the CSP. Whereas user enter, because it's a UI that depends on the OS. So entry of password is happening to this layer, and it's taken out as part of the information passed to the API, goes to the driver, validation happens, it comes back. If you take a PKI level load, the UI is not part of PKI set. So it is application owner's responsibility to show up a dialog box asking the user to enter. So if you're looking at the vulnerability points, that is yes, I agree. That is
the gap. That was I'm talking about. That is the gap between the subscriber, the token, and the exec. So how do we map it?
So that's where I'm coming to. So if you're looking at that, there's an UI there, and you're taking the password of the user and app knows the password. That is a concern that you're having. That is how those systems are built today. You need to have a layer to collect the password. So it is all based on how you trust today. I mean, the drivers given by various vendors. Yeah, I mean, they go through some certification process. When you look at certification process, it's one of the process, aspect that will be certified.
It may have a compromise on my data protection.
Not really. I mean, if you're looking at compromise,
Is your driver where being used in Windows on Windows platform?
Yes, sir.
Is it Windows certified?
No, mine is an independent application. I was talking about the drivers which are already natively built into Windows OS.
If you are using a Windows,
yes,
I'm going to access some API
yes,
or some driver. Those drivers, Windows says that you get it tested by us and get it certified.
Not really, not really.
There is a scheme for hardware drivers. Friends, they are all aware.
It's not based on, like there are the CSPs, there are basic standards on which the CSP, because these are all based on interoperability. If you have a CSP written, I'm not talking about Zombie as a application as such, any CSP that is written, if it is based on the standards, it is straight away complaint. You don't have to get it certified.
See, that is why.
We accept this.
Architecture behind your Zoki, how you integrate it. Okay, that will have a clear picture how the data flows.
Definitely we present to use.
And this works on which all platform?
So we are making it a platform more neutral. So right now we support Windows OS, Macintosh, and the Ubuntu. And when it comes to mobile phones, we support Android OS. iPad and tablets, they have, I mean, you cannot connect to I mean, USB device. We do have alternate options for that. We will come back to you with the solutions.
That's a function of token. I think normally 4 to 5 certificates can be saved.
And is this that means the user takes a token from any of the trust chain is validated.
That's what they say. It's a driverless.
OC.
Their preference is driverless. But directly if you connect, it has to install a driver.
Don't
They-
engage.
they
See,
install
you have
it.
to see that the token is not expired. It is in the trust chain of a particular. All those
They are
checks.
doing that at the back end.
So there are two things there. One is
Exactly.
issue. Use the sign, then it becomes a responsibility of line application.
Next, like encryption, regarding encryption certificate.
It's a
It is outside, it is being generated and then it is.
solution we are proposing only for signing certificates because the key of the signing. The encryption certificate, the stipulations that you should actually generate outside. And then if you want to protect, you can always import it because otherwise you cannot archive it. So we do not propose on import. Yes.
So in that case, you token for both the purposes.
You can
use the same token. You can use the same.
And then.
Vijay's got a question.
I have multiple questions. I just yeah, I mean, I appreciate the job. I mean, somewhere we are progressing. But Prashantji mentioned it's POC environment, but I could see it's a production environment. I'm not sure.
It's purely POC just for the sake of a demo.
See, so I
Like
mean,
that is purely
so-
just done for the sake of this
That's one
audience.
thing. But yeah, I mean, moving ahead,
We are not
technology-
putting it into any production. Till it is given the green signal by the CTO.
I mean, our POCs go on UAT or staging environments. There's trusted
Because
environment goes.
we did not want to disclose those URLs to the general public, you know.
But you are opening a bigger security threat, right? I mean, I'm just on that, but let me summarize my question. So what is this in middleware? If you see crypto device guideline of CCA, it may not permit non-CA app to download a certificate. The continuation to that is it also requires whitelisting or blacklisting of the tokens. How CA has control of whitelisting or blacklisting?
That is what we are building into the app
Let
now.
me complete the question. Please, there are four. Thank you. So that is of whitelisting and blacklisting of the tokens, because sometimes it happens they don't comply with audit, we kick them out, or sometimes new token comes with it. We have to take the audit certificate and then do it. It looks like it is not a white labeled app specifically made for CA. You do not have a control to specifically whitelist for eMudra or whitelist for Veras, because crypto device vendors has to independently contact CAs to get whitelisted in their system. Continuation to that is, do you really get the name of the token in which that certificate was downloaded? Because for the legal queries, those are required. So the next is, sorry, just a couple of questions. I mean, you can summarize that. Next is the right to reject for subscriber under IT Act, because the information going to the certificate, the DN details has to be shown to the certificate subscriber, and there should be a right to reject. So at what point it happens, whether in this third-party middleware or in CA portal. So I think that's the question there. The last question is, I think Dr. Pandian already mentioned that UI capturing the token password, there is a lot of room for phishing because it's not a CA app. So what is the control you are building around that?
Yeah, so answer to all the three is these questions is that we are in talks with the OEM, that is
Let me take
I think maybe yes.
Yeah, let me take these questions. Okay, whitelisting of tokens. When we said this app is a universal driver for all the mobile crypto tokens, for India, we have integrated support only for which are currently recognized as CA. Because it is not an
There
automatic
is
job.
CA specific approval required to allow for CA.
Okay, that is a scenario when a CA wants to, because it is not an automatic solution that the moment the user flexes his token, any token is procuring, it will start working unless we support it in sorting. Second thing is, when a CA wants to provide the solution, CA has to integrate API. You have an agreement with the CA where we would, we are primarily we're not going to restrict a particular token only for a particular CA. We are saying that these are the tokens supported in the country. If you want to work with the fine with that, but we are not going to remove support for a particular token just because one CA doesn't want it. Because this is a universal act. We are only looking at the body. The CCA body is if the CCA says no, I'm not going to support this token for more others, we will go there.
Okay, thanks for that. It didn't clarify fully, but I know you are trying to answer that. But the last bigger question what I have is, this has a server-side middleware, and because there is a handle, there is a thing to happen, and we are talking about subscriber data. So there is a subscriber data which is accessible. I'm sure you are not logging because you know that the industry very well, but there is big room for logging or a pass-through buffering, right?
Okay.
So is this facility where this is hosted is IT Act compliant to the extent of certifying authority rules? So is that audited by CA, CC auditor and compliant to audit checklist?
Okay, let me come to it. Okay, as I said, this is more of a platform that we are offering for using of certificates and tokens. Within the context of the CA, where the scope is only to download a digital certificate, because CA is not, after that, he's not responsible for the usage of the crypto token outside of this boundary. So we are talking about only downloading the certificate.
Sorry, yes, yeah, I was talking about the download where the DN details is passed to token.
Yes.
Is a subscriber.
Okay. So this is API based solution. Now we offer the features to the consumer. Whether if you actually, when you get a demonstration, you could not see the actual screen where the actual upload is happening. You had another question that whether the consent is given to the user or not.
Right.
In fact, right to reject, yes. So when the request comes to the user asking him to sign the CSR, there are options where you could only send a hash of the CSR so that user does not see what is. It will only say, okay, you have a CSR request, or you also have an option of sending the DN details to the user, which I mean, there are different options. The entire CSR itself, data itself could be shown, but subject to the privacy policy, or you can have some display data. I mean, primarily you can show the data that is part of the DN to the user to see and then reject. So when the request comes to the user has an option to if it rejects, the CA cannot issue a certificate because accordingly it gets a feedback. And when the data comes to Zolpi, as I already told you, we are not to the service, or the service is not archived because the service itself is not aware of what is the data that takes in the act. So there is archival of data everywhere in the system ecosystem. What is archived in the service is only the user's certificate, the digital certificate which contains the user's public key, which is anywhere public in nature.
No, but you are maintaining that repos. The user certificates you are also maintaining.
Yes, we are maintaining.
But that's not permitted, right? The third party.
That is I'm a relying application. I can store a certificate.
You are a relying party.
Yeah, I'm
So you are saying a relying party.
Yes, I'm a relying party, which are where I can offer services to the users to sign or verify the signatures or do the OCS check. So I'm not relying application. And digital certificate is only public data. I'm not doing anything with the user's private information. I don't even know the name of the user. The Zolpi service does not know the name of the user, does not know any personal data that you had entered as part of your DN because it does not reach Zolpi service.
So there are two options. You said in one case the document comes, in the other case document hash only.
Yes, that is an option given, sir. It all depends on the consumer.
If the document comes, that means there is a chance.
Okay, sir. Actually, the architecture takes care of
It is
that.
mandatory to show what a user before signing a document, the user must see.
Yes, sir. Okay.
That is one requirement.
Yes.
So
Yes.
when you go to a different platform over the internet, there are issues which need to be addressed.
Yeah, we are certainly we are taking care of this, and we are that is a reason because this is not meant to to downloading certificate. It is a generic application where the APIs are provided. And accordingly, we give out the guidelines in the API how you should be at what conditions you should be using the API in each particular way. Like in this scenario where you do not want to go disclose the data or you want to disclose it in a different way, we have options.
So APIs are used
By the consuming applications, is a
with some level of encryption and things being done.
Yes.
Is a separate field.
So the package
Using the API which the system offers may make it work.
So we have considered all these points. So we will, as part of this audit, these are the points that are considered under auditing. for which we provide response to every aspect of these concerns. Because we understand.
Show data flow charts.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, in this industry for last 20 years.
You have a fourth option.
Yes, sir. We do have.
Yes. And one more question. Link for downloading, whether that link is for all users or it is different to.
So that is specific to an area. That's what the business model.
The link is, the app is common, but application ID is unique. In every case, the application
I
ID is different.
randomly put the application ID. But you once we got 5 digits with the application ID, I increase to 4 digits and we can get the
Password and
password will be
will be
but some hacking may happen, na, because why not you randomly create the application ID?
That was something that we.
That is completely outside of the.
Based on your customer ID. It is
We're actually doing that. We are on that job of creating a randomized application ID.
Already seen earlier because you can enter it password. So that's after initializing token with common password is here, then you can enter the another.
So on server side, is there multi-tenant, like say now Veracity is doing, maybe if is doing, so there are different Zorki servers for each of them, it's a shared infra.
No, it's a shared.
So in the breach, in the personal data protection laws, what I'm taking back, but there is new one coming. So breach liability is on whom? It's on CA or Zorki, if there's a breach happening on the data.
Okay. As I told you, we are not storing anything related to even this.
Still that covers like even if you don't store, even you are routing for transit, personal data protection covers the breach liability.
Let me tell you, Zorki service does actually, like when the CSR request comes or your signing request comes, it does not, Zorki service has no access to anything that is happening. Actually, Zorki service has no role in action signing. Zorki service is more of a routing service. The way
download also it routes.
It routes the request to the user, but then what actually the communication between the app and RA is, it's more of internal communication. It does not go to Zorki service.
It's working on Android.
It works on
Android and for accessing the authentication part.
Yes.
Your servers are accessed through what method?
Okay.
Is it a browser-based access?
Sir, our server is not accessible to users. It is actually a background service that is running, which there's no user interface to the service.
So that's web service based. It is web service based.
Yes.
But some application has to pull it down to this.
RE application, because RE applications are consumer of the service. It's RE applications as all the facilities. It would
in Android to access some other application, you must be using the proper.
You saw that we have a Zorki app installed in Android that takes care of communicating with the local.
Yes. So when Zorki app is put on the Android system, normally what all the apps do is in the backdrop, they use the browser for communication. So it may be any browser which is available in the mobile. The security details from the when some rogue person on a browser with the highest priority in the system. So all the apps, because apps always will take the highest priority one. So वो उसी को लेके चलेगा.
We don't use browser for communication.
Some communication is happening outside.
Okay. No. So browser is more. Browser is an independent application which provides, which actively supports your HTTP and HTML-based protocols. Our application is an independent application which is not dependent on the browser. It also depends on the OS, which is your Android. So that's it. It uses only the OS there, not the browser.
Server.
No, it communicates
So HTTPS पे ही जाएगा.
that protocol.
So HTTPS
Yes,
something it has to go.
Okay.
So we will use the browser.
So that engine has been protocol for communication built into the app. Yes, I will share with you. Yes.
Sir, I think they will share the technical details with you. I think that should be easy.
the response to all these surveys.
Yeah. We'll have a separate session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the engaging and interactive session. Thanks very much for the ODC team and the grassroots team for the session and vibrant audience. Thank you very much. The next session is on introduction of certifying authority and DSC by Mr. Rajshekhar Hiramat. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'll be briefing with a very short profile of a company. And before that, I would like to introduce myself with a very few lines. Actually, I'm a professor and a head of chemical engineering department. And recently, I have been shifted from chemical engineering to electronics, this field, because of this 2.5 years of pandemic, where I could not do anything in chemical engineering. Because chemical engineering, I cannot sit at home and do something. But I found interest in this particular field of PKI. Then, actually, within a span of after 6 months, I'll be receiving a PhD from CSI and NCL. Okay, fine. Then, so Devendra Singh, the founder and promoter of this company, happened to meet, and he approached me and asked me to join this company as a CEO, because I am also reaching my fag end of my service, and I should help him. So I agreed to his joining this company. So as being a professor, I first told Devendra Singh, before doing anything, any business, you should have a vision. So this particular vision, which was drafted for the company, that is to create a better experience in the digital signature world and be a leading certifying authority across the nation. This will be the mission. This will be the vision statement of Pro DigiSign, and this vision will be accomplished by providing the best services in the field of digital signatures and by providing highest data privacy and digital certificates to ensure that the keys generated and documents signed are created in a secure environment. Please forgive me for my high tone because this is my profession. About DigiSign, it was incorporated on 15 May 2021, very recently, with the register office in Pune. And Pro DigiSign is very thankful to CCA for granting license to operate as a certifying authority under the IT Act 2000. The co-founder, Mr. Devendra Singh, is having a 15 years of experience in DSC. Very big experience. With our acquaintance, we make DSC issuance and related solutions rapid and easy for the customer. Issue a variety of certificates to individuals, foreign nationals, organizations, websites, and professionals. We have
almost 70 experienced employees working in this organization as surveyors, executives, and they are dedicated to providing personalized and technical services to a wide range of clients. Now, these are the two personalities and hardworking entrepreneurs. Mr. Devendra Ranveer Singh, he is a computer engineer by profession and a well-known personality in the field of DSC. Pioneer, highly motivated entrepreneur, dynamic visionary, and admirable business acumen. He is supported by Mrs. Deepika Singh. She is a director and she looks after all the departments of this business. Director Mr. Devendra Singh, computer engineering in 2005, more than 15 years experience in the field of DSC and PKI. He commenced business in 2007. That is the token business. Then in 2012, he received the most promising partner award in DSCRA. And presently, we are the importer and exclusive distributor of M token. We have been granted CA license from CCA recently, very recently in August 2022. About the promoter presence in the market, we are a market leader in Western Maharashtra since a decade, and this particular organization was incorporated in 2011. We have a well-established network and customer base, importer and distributor of PKI-based PIPS level 3 token, authorized dealer with plug and play token, and highest DSC sales award in 2013. I think the products which we deal in are digital signature and e-sign, M token. Obviously, I told you we are an exclusive importer of M token, which is our company's well-known and established brand. And the third one is the DSC management software, which the software deals with all the invoices, reports, and DSC inventory. Now, since yesterday we have been listening, we have been observing what these tokens are doing. So this is in a nutshell what this DSC will be doing in the government sector, in the judicial sector, telecom, e-commerce, and BFSI. So this is not just limited to this one. Of course, this DSC is having a very wide range of applications other than this one. But these are a few important applications. So issuing forms and license, filing income tax returns, online government treasury, or orders registration, online file movement system, e-voting, obviously which we are not done with in India in e-voting. Then railway reservations and ticketing, e-education, online money orders, a very big list. And you people are stalwarts in this particular field. Now here I found some opportunity and challenges. Maybe there may be a debate on this one. Opportunity, e-sign India is relatively new. I don't know how many of you agree with this, but at least for us it may be new. And 70% of the Indian population living are in non-urban areas. Of course, now it's from 70% they have been shifting. All the people from non-urban areas are coming to urban areas. But in India, compared to North America or Europe, people are not aware of this DSC. So, something government or this, I request the CCA officials to do something, make people aware of this DSC. And then only then the CAGR will increase. Compared to the world growth of CAGR, India's CAGR growth is not up to that level. This is purely because of very stringent conditions of the government and very poor exposure to the DSC. And the third thing is physical signature that can be easily tampered. Fraud, that obviously we know, we accept it. The opportunities are in rising education level. DSC can be very well used. Then in government initiation towards digital signature,
mandatory used under IT Act 2000 of DSE in prime functions like tender, GST, income tax, ROC, and of course paperless office initiation by corporate, which we were all talking about since yesterday. Digital signature, highly secure and convenient to use from different locations. Now the next statement, DSE not easily tampered. Again, this is a statement of debate. Certificate-based digital ID and authentication. And the growth drivers for our DSE are penetration of penetration of internet, the e-commerce business, digitization initiatives, increasing acceptance in BFSI sector, online documentation, security requirements, fraud prevention, and ease of access. Now, this is the growth of digital signatures, which is expected as 28.9% as per the latest reports of 2029 Fortune Business Insights. That is the report of April 13, 2022. Now, this graph, if you see, by 2026, the growth of market, DSE market, will cross 4,000 INR crores. Of course, these are all the CAGR. This is vertical line, and this may be assuming the conditions to be ideal, which is not always true. So the CAGR, which is mentioned at 28.9, it may not be, because CAGR, you all people know that is the CAGR is for the 2 years. It may not be 20. For digital signature market size projection wise, that is $2.8 billion in 2020, of course, and by 2026, this growth will go to $14.1 billion. That is, it is expecting a CAGR rise of 31% from 2020 to 2026. Now, looking at this growth of DSE market, so what I found it very interesting, this field. That is why I shifted myself from this chemical engineering to this electronics field, and particularly to this DSE. Huge things is we are supposed to do in this one, like Palace has spoken, Mr. Vijay Kumar has told about e-mudra. So there is lot and lot we can do in this field. And these are the sales projection. Financial year 2019-20 to 29-30. So 29-30. Now this is here it is showing as 2792 again crores. Apart from this certifying authorities, we have been doing business in M token for the past 15 years, and these are some technical parameters of this M token. That is, it is USB supported, power supply is 5 volts, and working current is 50 milliamperes. Working temperature is up to 70 degrees, and storing temperature minus 20 to 85 degrees. The casing material of this M token is metal as well as plastic. We have the stone. We have kept some this token for display. The communication is USB CCID, and the interface standard is USB 2.0. High-speed support compliant with 3.0. And the important thing is number of read-write cycles is almost 5 lakhs. The data retention in this token is 10 years. Power consumption is less than 10 megawatts. Microsoft Smart Card, minimum Microsoft Crypto IP and CNG, and the cryptography standards compliant is PKS. And most important is it is suitable for multiple operating systems. It is smart card based, onboard encryption processing, non-repetition, digital signing, multiple algorithms employed, secure file system, and self-lock capability. Memory 128 KB. This is one more interesting thing which we have found, that this is a Bluetooth
token, of course, it is not fully launched. It is under testing, Android based, and also PC based. But still, it is under the testing. It is under testing. That's why I am using the Bluetooth PKI based M token is on the anvil. So it will take some time for us to test this before we launch it to this Bluetooth market. And this Bluetooth token is always is again on the display in our stall. Our technical team is present over here. They will explain how this thing can work. So with this, a very short introduction of this company profile right now, maybe the next time we meet, we'll be having some interesting figures. So right now in the we have been very recently granted the license of as to operate as certifying authority. Yes, sir.
Here the figure is in
No, sir, that figures 2792, that is in INR crores. Again, these figures are different. So the date April 13, it is not April 13, it is August 2022. Very recent projections. So very drastic change again I am seeing here compared to April. Here it is showing as by 2026, the sales, the growth of DSC market will be more than 4,000 INR crores. Why? The August report, it is showing as 2792.
number of DSC or
Sales, sir, it is a sales projection. Not sales projection. So with this very short introduction of our company, before I end this, my permission on this time, and the CCA, I on behalf of professional DG services and along with my young dynamic team are thankful to CCA for recognizing our hard work over these past several months, and we are eager to demonstrate our capability in a new role. Under guidance, sir, we'll be acquiring many new skills and look forward to begin the next chapter of our organization. Our organization wants to thank you and express our deepest gratitude for your support. We once again thank you for this opportunity and for supporting our small business and help to keep our doors open. We hope for your continued support in the future as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, CCA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for the introduction to Certifying Authority and DSC. Is on PKI, the past and the promising future. If the presenter is joining online, Mr. Robert Raja.
Good afternoon, friends. I have chosen an ambitious title here, like PKI, the timid past and the promising future. This sounds a little lofty, but it is ambiguous enough to give me an out if I run out of relevant thoughts here. So that has been chosen pretty thoughtfully. Myself and Odyssey Technologies have been in the PKI business since 1998. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, am I audible? All right, thank you. Yeah. So we have been in the PKI business, myself and the company, we have been in the PKI business since 1998. My personal dabbling in cryptography started almost a decade earlier. This long exposure has also given us a vantage point from which to look at least a portion of PKI's evolution. It is important to remember that it is a view from one specific vantage point, and there could be several other views from which PKI or its evolution may present a completely different picture. All I request of this audience is a little indulgence and allow me to put on display a few nuggets we have gathered in our journey. 1976 was the seminal year in the history of cryptography. Remember, this is a barely 30 years after the Great War and the wonderful cryptanalytic feats Alan Turing and the rest of the Bletchley Park crowd had accomplished. The rest of the fruits of research carried out during and for the war were slowly making their way to consumer markets, and the electronic age had dawned, along with that of supersonic jets and intercontinental missiles. Up to that point, cryptography was still maintaining its linguistic roots, though IBM and some three-letter agencies of the United States were already implementing digital cryptographic algorithms with early symmetric ciphers. It was into this world Diffie brought his 1976 paper on asymmetric cryptography. The invention was brilliant enough to cause Charles Simonyi, a computer scientist with Microsoft, he wrote Excel, to state much later that it was the most important invention in 2000 years and as significant as the invention of steam engine. Diffie's act was quickly followed in 1977, 1 year later, by the RSA trio with a practical asymmetric key algorithm. Given that mini computers were dominating the computing space and desktops and home computers were already making their appearance, and there were practical modems that could transmit data, though at a snail's pace, through telephone lines, the invention of the RSA must have brought in a lot of jubilation, but it did not. Then, and almost for 2 decades thereafter, the asymmetric and some of the symmetric algorithms were banned from being exported out of the US. The US government classified them as armaments and allowed only a very restricted use outside of US. This was probably the first inhibiting factor that caused the growth and natural adoption of this technology to stumble. But the bigger reason for PKI's timid growth is only partly governmental. If we revisit the events of the 2 decades leading to the year 2000, 1988 stands out. That was when the then CCITT and the present ITU defined the X.509 format for digital certificates. CCITT, as we know, was the international telecom body, and among other things, they were engaged in standardizing phone directory formats globally, and much of the X.500 related standards came from that effort. Now, the X509 digital certificate is also an offshoot of the same effort, and it definitely shows. The certificates were created as an extension of the directory entries and were perfectly suited for the usages that were visible at that time to CCITT. Whatever shortcomings of X.509 became apparent later cannot be laid at the doorstep of ITU. Much of the PKI development subsequently was firmly anchored on this certificate model. Some formats for public key usage without certificates emerged later, like the XML signatures and even CMS and of course the JSON signatures. But these were too late to save the day because X.509 and the related hierarchical model had taken firm roots regulatorily by that time. Several countries had enacted information technology acts, and regulatory recognition had been accorded to a host of certifying authorities around the world. What is more, the CA's hands were also firmly tied with reference to the contents of the certificates and the processes to be followed. And the X509 model became firmly entrenched in the minds of the people, enterprises, and government. Now, this had 2 telling effects. One was that PKI usage for governance and business narrowed down so much that it could be used only for a few specific purposes. It became unusable in the larger, evolving commercial, social, and governance scenarios. The second, even more harmful effect was that it left creative public key usages in the hands of people with unscrutinized and uncontrolled scruples. Thus, the proliferation of digital currencies, of course, this came a little later, but that is an effect of that. Investments into blockchains and to cap it all, the so-called NFTs and similar uses. I'm not going to enumerate every uncontrolled public key usage, but believe me, such usage is more rampant than the standard regulated use, and they reap all the benefits of public key technologies. What the CAs and the general public are getting is only a lick of the topping when someone else is eating the cake. One metaphor that comes to me whenever I think of PKI's past is the invention of asymmetric past is the invention of cryptography can be compared to another event in human history that happened more than 10,000 years ago. The domestication of wheat and rice. We know what happened there. Suddenly, there was an abundance of carbohydrates. It could support ever-growing populations. People could settle down and become villagers instead of hunters and gatherers. Most importantly, now they had a variety of delicious and different treats every day. Here is where my thought experiment falters. What if there was a regulatory body at that time immediately after a recipe for roti was discovered? They would have standardized the roti and its ingredients and told the population this was to be their staple diet. Now you can have roti in the morning, roti for lunch, and roti for dinner. Roti as soon as you grow your milk tea, and roti on your deathbed. This is the grey world we have gotten for ourselves with PKI. I'm in no way saying that the regulatory sanction of public key certification had a bad effect on the evolution of PKI, but I'm saying that the framework as it is designed is only a firm foundation for a digital society. When someone gives you a good foundation, you are expected to build on top of that. Instead, we have accustomed ourselves to living on the foundation itself. The need for building further on the X.509 foundations was recognized even by the framers very early. They were aware that in society, entities and their attributes will be far too many and far too volatile to accommodate within the tiny X.509 format. Therefore, they provided for identity particulars they considered necessary and suggested that we accommodate the extended attributes of entities using attribute certificates. When attribute certificates and their suggested formats have found a dutiful mention in every subsequent RFCs relating to X.509, no such certificates are actually in vogue anywhere. This is for the simple reason that as prescribed, they are unimplementable. As it is, relying applications are straining to meet the stipulations of PKI, like CRL verification and path verification, and putting an additional burden of verifying a host of attribute certificates and their revocation list would have been the last straw that would have broken the camel's back. But that does not mean that the need can be wished away, or it cannot be fulfilled by other means. I realize I am now segueing into the promised future of PKI. To keep the story brief, I would like to mention a few specific problems that need to be faced and addressed if we are to reap the bounties of PKI in the increasingly digital society. Public key usage firmly rests on the tenet that this is my first presumption. Public key usage firmly rests on the tenet that the private key of a key pair is created, maintained, and used by the owner user. Deviating from this principle in any manner weakens the algorithmic strength and stability. There is no shortcut around this. When I say the key is in the possession of the user, I mean the physical and logical possession. Pure logical possession does not work here. Constructive possession is, of course, recognized in law. You can own a house in London and hold the documents, and even though you are not in physical control of the property, the law allows you to remain the owner. This is because the house cannot be duplicated, at least not without an equivalent cost. It is a physical object. Constructive possession of a digital object, on the other hand, when it is in the physical control of another party, is at best a self-deception. We need to eschew all such forms of usage, or at least not mix them up with public key usage. The second point I would like you all to consider is the ease of key usage by the end user. Considering that asymmetric algorithms are close to half a century old, during which time devices and their designs have gone forward by leaps and bounds, think of the smartwatches and similar devices. We have invented a lot of stuff in the meanwhile. If we are not able to simplify the holding and use of private keys, it is our own short-sightedness. The PKI community and software providers have always looked for workarounds rather than solutions in this area. If smart cards and crypto tokens are difficult to use, we leave the key in the computer in soft format and an apology of a password and call it secure. This reminds me of the Mullah Nasiruddin story, where he loses his gold in a dark place and searches for it in another well-lit place. Moving the key from the user's control because it is difficult for him to use makes as much sense. The third point I would like to mention here is attribute certification. Let's say, for instance, I receive a message from Dr. Obotu from Kenya, claiming he's a cardiologist. His message is digitally signed. I know the message is from one Mr. Obotu. I do not know if he is really a doctor. Is he really a cardiologist? And what is his experience or the range of his qualifications? I can perhaps do a Google search and look up all the 24,567 Obotus in Kenya. But of what use is that? Will a certifying authority, acting within his framework, certify any of these facts? It obviously cannot. But the need persists. This is, this is what we need for a fully digital society. Setting up attribute authorities is not a logistically feasible option, as I have mentioned earlier. Instead, how would it be if the hospital where Dr. Obutu is employed were to digitally countersign the letter and include the required attributes in the countersignature object? Here, we are not asking the hospital to certify his key. It is certifying his attributes and his signature. If Dr. Obutu leaves the hospital service anytime, the hospital will stop certifying his signature, and this can be automated in applications. So there will be no need for any attribute revocation lists there. Certifying authorities can and do include the fact that it is a hospital in the X509 certificate of the hospital. This gives us the best of both worlds. Imagine this happening with companies, government, or universities where attributes like designation are extremely volatile. If you are promoted at 11 o'clock in the morning, your signatures thereafter automatically carry the new designation countersigned by the organization or department. This attribute guarantee will form an important cornerstone of a digital society. The fourth, I think the next two are a little touchy points. The fourth is the overharping on non-repudiation. Believe me, repudiation has never been much of a problem. People carrying out actions and then repudiating them are extremely rare in reality. On the other hand, I have to repudiate those actions which are genuinely not mine, which a hacker did by hacking into my bank account. In this instance, non-repudiation is extremely dangerous to me. It's a double whammy. First, the hacker gets my money, and then my bank tells me I cannot dispute that. This is not the best of possible outcomes that will endear a user to PKI. We are actually repelling users by presenting this irrelevant and dangerous fact to potential users. Probably what we really mean and what we should say is if a user is publicly enabled, then a hacker will never be able to get into his account. That is where the stress should be. This is the promise we should be throwing out. We have done enough damage by talking too much about non-repudiation. The fifth and my last point is that we should also not play the legally compliant card too much. The digital society was born within our living memory, and it is still in the early stages of evolution. It is time to tell the people about the right digital hygiene and how to be safe in a digital society. We should also teach the right social norms and the etiquette that apply to the digital world. PKI can play an important role in channelizing the interactions and message flows in the digital society. Our insistence on legal compliance leaves a bad feeling in the mouth for the listener. It is like a mother teaching a child on his first day at school that he should not steal from other students because IPC section 378 forbids that. We are taught social behavior early in our lives based on moral, practical, and prudent grounds, and rarely on legal grounds. You teach children to be safe when they use the roads and other potentially harmful situations. But again, we do not tell them to keep their things safe because that is the legally compliant behavior. I'm not saying we don't need the law. We do need it. We need it to check the deviant behavior. But the large majority of the people are law abiding and do not need to be reminded about law at every turn. We at Odyssey Technologies have also attempted to realize some of these suggestions and principles in our products and services. Our team physically present in the conference hall in the venue can demonstrate some of these products if time permits now. We do hope that by the time we all meet next, PKI adoption goes up by an order of magnitude from its present day volumes in our country, and with the rate of digitization, it is certainly a practical possibility. Those are the views I wanted to share with you today. Thank you for your patience and putting up with me. Thanks.
in continuation of principles of how to increase the signatures in the market. We have, am I audible? Okay, so we have already demonstrated one use case where you simplify the issuance of certificates to the users, but that is only a smallest use case that we can get. But we have a lot more use cases that we can present and leave it to the imagination of the service providers. And if you look at a digital certificate, the two primary usage that we come across on a daily basis is one is to authenticate yourself, and second one is to digitally sign either forms or documents or whichever data in whichever formats. And Mr. Robert also spoke about attribute certificates. Yes, that is one bigger use case that we have in the industry today, which there is no solution. But under the framework of Zorti, we do have a solution that whatever we discuss now, if you want to implement right away, we do have a solution. Anybody interested, you can always get back to us. We will demonstrate how they can be implemented in the current framework. So to the benefit of this audience, what I will do is I will just demonstrate two simple factors that I had mentioned now. How to use a digital certificate for authentication. Today, if you look at authentication space, we only hear about, okay, user can be authenticated with the password, and my friends here also told you what are the problems of using a password in a digital world and how difficult it is to maintain so many passwords. Okay, what's the next solution? Yes, people immediately jump to OTP as a solution. When we have IT Act in this country for the last 20+ years and certificates being issued to users with certifying authorities in the country, we really find it very amusing why it has not gone beyond government sites. Yeah, today certificates are used only in the government portals where it is mandated by some law or the regulatory body. Even there, in fact, before I get into authentication, probably I can just share one small piece of information there. We have even tried to make that interface very simple to the users. Today, if you look at, I mean, you go to any CA, you ask them what are the different reasons that you're selling a digital certificate. They say, okay, somebody has to sign returns in MCA portal or GST portal or the PF portal, traces. So these are the only, or GFT, these are the only use cases that, I mean, primarily the certificates are being sold to. What we have done is we thought, okay, that is the first place we should simplify. So what we have is we have a small, the same Zorti app that you saw today. The moment you have a Zorti app and you have a token, you should be able to use the same Zorti app and use any of here on which are the portals that we are already supporting. You don't, if you look at every portal, today, I mean, I really appreciate our CCS office where they have regulated issuance of certificates. You have class 3. There are clear specifications on what should be for class 1, what should be for class 2, what are the processes which should be following, what should go into a digital certificate. All this is clearly laid out. So it becomes much easier for relying applications to consume those certificates. But when it comes to how those technology driven, it all depends on I was asked a question. How whether your certificate and your password could be vulnerable if you're going to enter the password in the interface. I will give you a class example, sir. Please go to income tax site. The newer password is entered on the browser screen and it goes to web server. That's a vulnerability. So that all depends on who is implementing the solution, enabling digital signatures in a portal or a PIC client or a mobile app. Because today there are so many interfaces for the citizens, also for the users. How do you enable? There is no guideline on how it has to be enabled. How it has to be the interface to the portal when the password is given. It's not going to have an implement. Subscribers data unless something is submitted. Here in your case, when a token is there, it goes to the server. It has a data implication on the server. In person, I'll explain that. Yeah. Okay. I was just explaining what are the primarily the variations in which a certificate being used in all applications. There's no uniformity, and end of it, what is happening is end users who have this token, they are the servers. Every portal, they have to follow a set of prerequisites. They have to install specific version of Java, specific version of service signing utilities. They have so many stipulations. So today, the reality is that when somebody is using so many portals, they have one dedicated system for every portal. There's no one system they can use for all the portals. What we have done is we are trying to simplify the way this technology can take off this if you make the life of end user simple. So that is what we demonstrated with Zorki. How using a token should be as simple or simpler than using a one-time password. Getting a one-time password over SMS and using it for authentication. So much simpler than that because that gives you the best security today available in the market. So I will straight now coming back to the authentication space because it's a larger space than the digital signature space that you see where you're signing some returns and forms and things like that. Every net banking today, I mean, again, RBI has to come into make a mandate saying high net worth individuals doing transactions over so many lakhs should be digital case. Why not? Because my money is also hard-earned money. Why should I be exposed to all these vulnerabilities in the market today? So we are touching on this authentication space. This is a portal. This can apply to any portal, any application, could be big client or app-based, anything. Typically, you identify or you authenticate yourself with an ID and password, and on top of it, you'll have a second factor of authentication, which could be anything. We are saying the second factor authentication or the first factor authentication has to be digital certificate. That is what I request the CCA office to, help the industry in, promoting the usage of this certificate. So I'll demonstrate that to you. You all already saw how I can get a Zorki handle. When anybody installs a Zorki app and connects a token, it will ask you for a friendly name. That is what we call it as Zorki handle. That Zorki handle can become your identity because underlying that it's your public key, your certificate. So we'll enter a handle here. So my colleague Sanders is helping me in this demonstration. So what he's doing is entering the handle that he has already created for a certificate that he has. And he has connected the token to the PC that we are using for demonstration. So the moment you submit on this, you're asking for a certificate-based authentication. So you get a notification depending on where your token is connected. Now the token is connected to the same PC, so it gets a notification. It gives you the purpose, are you trying to log into this particular portal? And if you're in agreement to that, you give your acceptance and enter the password for the token. So we are accepting this request and we are entering the password for the token. Here I didn't have to install Java or any other, it's only Zorki app is sufficient. That is the reason we said it's an universal app for authentication signatures. That's it. You get access to the portal. So your authentication to any portal is as simple. And the moment you want to authenticate, you get a notification, enter the token password, you're done. Because token password is the one that actually protects you and your key representing the token. So any questions, any queries in this part? Because this is a huge business case where we can use super tokens. So I will take you to the next space where you would want to sign documents. It could be circulars, it could be invoices, purchase orders, agreements, contracts, whatever it is. Today we have so many applications in the market for digitally signing documents, such as PDF or XML, whatever it is. What we are doing is, if you are a Zorki user, you could still do that. We are just showing you some simplest way of signing a document. I have a document here. I want to sign. I just right click on it. If you're a Zorki user, you get this facility. So you have a menu item called sign. Click on the sign. Any document that it could be a document or a folder. If the folder has multiple documents, all the documents will get signed with one action. So when you click on it, again, the same user interface that you get a notification. And then the notification tells you the purpose of this particular action. It says, are you trying to sign this document? I say yes. Again, I approve it with a password. So whatever is an activity or action related to a private key, you get a notification. If this token is connected to your mobile phone, you'll get a notification onto the mobile phone, which means the business could happen in a system, but your authentication always happens in the crypto token and the device where you connected the crypto token. So done, signature is done, and this is a signed document. You could see that the signature is appearing in this document. So the experience for the user could be very simple when it comes to original certificate. And with this, we hope that the usage of the crypto token goes beyond what it is currently. And coming to, as I mentioned earlier, about this attribute certificates and how can we enable enterprises to use this technology side. We are again relying on digital signatures and to certificates issued to organizations, and we can enable individuals to sign the documents or sign, it could be approval, whatever it is, whatever you want to digitally sign, whatever we currently do in the manual world, the same could be translated easily into the digital world. And primarily we come from the technology field. We are enabling this technology and it could be integrated by any application, any business application. The certificate could be issued by any certifying authority. It should still work. Do you have any questions of this?
You see that, signing or you are signing of
PDF documents, PDF sign.
Word also it will work on Word, like Adobe you did.
Actually, it's all depending on the signing application. If the application supports signing of Word documents, Zorki works. We demonstrated one way of signing using our own services. It will work with any application which uses a digital certificate.
Whereas this was doing demonstration from their own.
Yeah, we have done the demonstration using our own thing. If you're using Adobe Reader and you're trying to digitally sign, you still get a notification. If you're a Zorki user, you could do that. So all the legacy applications where the certificates are already pre-integrated, where they're going through this CAPI route, if a Zorki user is trying to use, he can still sign using digital certificate. This advantage we bring in for even the MCA portal. Because MCA portal has put two different functionalities. One is where you register your certificate for the first time, where you need all these tools to be installed. Subsequently, MCA portal lets you to sign the document within using Adobe Reader. So either way, if you're a Zorki user, you can sign within the same interface that you saw this now.
Email signing also it can work with Thunderbird or Outlook.
Okay, yes. Since it is going to a CAPI route, wherever you use CAPI route, you can get the benefit of Zorki. Otherwise, if you want
with those app, we need to install some plugins or something like that.
Okay, wherever it is already going through the CAPI route, you don't have to install any other plugin. Zorki app is sufficient, and there's a Zorki wand that we show that is sufficient. But if you want to enable it in any application that you have built on your own, like your portals, workflow applications, and things like that, we have APIs that you can integrate and enable users to sign them. It could be your SAP or any ERP application, any application.
signing in the particular phase or particular location.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question, sir. So here we have used Zorki wand. In fact, that is something we have facilities for doing when you use an API. Through the API, you can specify which image or which signature. Because here you can see that we have a facsimile image and the user's details. The user's details are pulled out from the digital certificate, and facsimile image is something we can configure. Since we used our own service here, Zorki Sign service can please. We have a Zorki Sign service where users, this is a service where users can log in and then they can also upload the document, or they can sign the documents from their desktop without uploading to any server using this interface.
In the document that template was earlier made.
Yes, yes.
Then it's putting on.
Correct, correct. So if you have a particular kind of documents, like all invoices, the signature will always go into one location. So you can drag and drop for the first time and save it as a profile and use that profile anytime later.
So in that case, reader is required.
Only this interface is sufficient.
Then whoever application system can put it.
Yes. Not required, not required. We don't depend on.
If I log in your
Nowadays, reader is also allowing signature.
I think we don't need a reader. This is sufficient.
I mean, not.
Yes. For reading, I mean, let's say any reader can be used. In fact, this service that we are offering, and we have a lot more facilities here. In fact, this signature mark, can you show? Okay, typical use case, like when you have agreements to be signed, you know that you have to sign agreements. Usually manually, when you try to sign an agreement, you have to sign in every page, specific pages. Usually the secretary puts an into mark and then sends it to you, so you sign it. And she has to again verify, saying whether have you signed in all those pages or places. Something missed out, you'll have to repeat. We have a facility here in this thing where you can open a document and you can mark the questions, and this document can be sent out to the signature. Signature will not look at where all he has to sign, he'll just right click and sign. If you mark 20 locations in the document, automatically signature goes into all 20 locations in one click. So this is again facilitating the user to digitally sign. Primarily looking at all the pain points for signing, we are offering as additional features in the service. So you could see that.
We have to make template and according to that template.
Yes.
Signing will be this.
Right. So when you make a template here, you can see that he's put it into mark saying this is the location where I want a signature. You can mention whose signature is required there. So when if there are agreement where you have two signatories, two witnesses and all kind of thing, I'll mark those locations and the names and pass it on to all the 4 people. When they sign, we go to the right location. Their respective location.
Parallel signing. As well as comments of that person.
Okay, sir.
Or simply that comments.
Okay. So actually, if you look at the standard, there's a PKC 7 standard for the signing documents. There they have considered all options, whether you call it as cover signing, panel signing, whether you want to do the content is the same, but multiple people can sign it, or you sign the signature, including the signature of the earlier person. So there are different formats. If you have PKC as a standard, you can follow, your application decide how you want to sign. PDF, if I remember, I think it's all panel sign. PDF has adopted only one signature method. I think they use only panel signing. Content is the same, and you can have multiple signatories coming in. But we call cover signature where the document and the previous signatures included on top of it is signed, that is cover signature.
Like in the MCA form, MCA 21 form, like so like one after another is on that block, the individual.
Okay, so that is primarily PDF document. PDF document, all PDF documents follow only one standard. I will come back to whether they use cover or panel signing. I'll come back. They follow only one standard, irrespective of how many signatures you have in the document. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the interesting talk by Mr. Robert Raja, MD ODC. Back in the similar years of the on risk self-assessment and auditors. Let me invite the speaker, Mr. Rao from Digital Age. Please, sir.
Evening. My name is Subhash Rao from a Digital Age auditing firm. I picked up this topic specifically because as an auditor, when we visit the CFOs, the question comes saying that what is the assessment you have done for the risk, or even the web trust nowadays. Myself. I come from an industry experience over 30 years, 18 years in IT and IT security area. Served as the head of R&D in Saskin communication technology before I moved into a auditing field. Domain expertise, I started my career with the hardware, software, and then even project management, cyber security, and now auditing consultancy. And certificates, what I have done. To just give a brief about digital age, we are 18 years old auditing firm. We are in this field as a information security auditors, VAPT auditors, conducted training, audit management. Okay, now let me move to the topic what I picked up because this is relevant for the talked about risk. We talked about the data protection, all those things. Okay, so when we normally visit a audit firm, CA firm, so when you ask a CA's the auditee saying that have you done a risk assessment, they say yes, we have done a risk assessment. Of course, it is correct. We have done a risk assessment. This is what they say. We are CA. This is the opportunity what we have, and this is the threat what we have. Before any other comes, the threat comes. We have done an assessment, and we know the business risk assessment we have done. But as an auditor, from a CCA independent auditor, the risk what we are looking. This is of course a risk. What you have done is a correct risk. This is a business risk. But what we are looking is a risk what in the perspective of a data protection as well as from the data, you are a custodian of some data, right? So that's what we are looking for. So this is the more relevant picture for that. Here you are the CA. That is the risk what we are looking at. And this is the risk which is approaching to you. And you're supposed to cross the route. Right? This is the risk what as an auditor we are looking for, not from a business point of view, as an operational point of view, have you done the risk? The business risk, of course, nobody denies that what you have done is correct. But as an auditor, we are looking for operational risk rather than a business risk. Okay, so why this is so relevant? Because we know you are protecting the data, which is a data which is stored in your data center. How are you protecting? You're protecting the data through a server, some machines you have put. You're protecting the access to the data by one layer. You're protecting that data by putting some firewalls again. You're also protecting the data through a security is what you put. So data center security, whatever security you're talking about. And you have access to the website. Now, all these are bidirectional nature. The data communicates between these two layers. Finally, it reaches the data. And how are you protecting it? This is what auditor is looking for. I just pick a couple of points from the CCA checklist. The days are gone where there was no checklist, only guidelines you are giving. See, these are the guidelines we need to refer. Auditors are supposed to frame their own questions and find out the risk assessment. So I picked up only the risk assessment part of the newly framed checklist, which is published in the CPA portal. They have made a very good references. They've taken from IT rules. They've taken from CA browser forums and then other thing. And they also made the control types are mandatory. And what they talk about here is the control numbers are also there, 3.1.7. Okay. So what they say, it should include annual risk assessment. So as an auditor, we are looking for this particular point, not your business risk. But what we are looking is an operational point of view, you should have annual risk assessment. Okay, there's another point. It comes a list of foreseeable internal and external threats. Okay, so these are the points which is already made as a part of a risk assessment. The auditor is supposed to follow and answers for this. Okay, so coming to the third point again, counter the cyber threats. So the threat what I showed in the previous picture, that is a threat what we are looking. The cyber threat, not the other threat. Your business rivalry threats and all are different. What we are looking is a cyber threat. Okay, these are the mandatory points what we look as an auditor, and we expect answers for this. And then another few points here again, they take a browser forum as well as a web press.
So these also talk about the similar lines. You should have a patch updates on a regular basis and all. Okay. So now let me bring back to the same picture with the all these relevant points from a checklist. Now you are a CA, certifying authority. You have made your full protection like corona protection, whatever you make to protect our data as a CA. Now that is a cyber threat what we are talking about. That threat is coming because we don't know how the threat is going to come. We supposed to pass your license period. This is what we are looking at an operational threat. Because you have been to operate for a certain period of license, what is being granted from a CCA office, you're supposed to pass that period incident free. So what is the assessment you have done to ensure that you don't get into a trouble? Now, risk, let me put a simple definition for that. It's a probability you are escaping from an incident or a threat. Is a risk. Now again, it comes to your capability and a threat what is available. So it's basically a fight between your capability and the threat. Now, threat can be classified differently. Threat is basically, if you look at, it's proportional or directly dependent on the vulnerability to what is available in the system. If there is no vulnerability in the system, there is no threat at all. But that is impossible. There is no absolute value can say that there is zero for the vulnerability. There will be some vulnerability. Now, why that the vulnerability is not detected? Because there was no methodology available to identify that vulnerability. Because of that, methodology was not there, threat was not seen. It's like I have put a lock. Unless nobody knows how to open the lock, you are safe. But if somebody finds a way to open the lock, it's a threat. Next comes a motive. There should be a motive for somebody to open that lock. Without a motive, you will not even bother what lock they have. Right? Now, leaving apart the motive, because there are 100 people to protect and 1,000 people to break. So there will be some motive because there is a financial, there may be multiple motives available for somebody to create the threat. So now, if I take these proportional or the 2 points, they are basically multiplying factors for us. So if vulnerability is 0, then threat is 0 because they are multiplied. If methodology is not available, still threat is 0. If motive is not there, still threat is 0. So the threat is basically a combination of all these things. Now, as an auditor, we expect that you have done the homework of identifying the methodology not known, or at least known methodologies are checked. Known vulnerabilities have been noticed. Now coming to another point in the CCA checklist, about the risk assessment. It talks about documented security self-assessment plan should be prepared by CA, and self-assessment shall be performed on a periodic basis. Now, this is the point which we will be asking most of the CAs, saying, have you done a self-assessment? But the answer is, yes, we have done a VAPT, we have done a audit. But does the VAPT, does the audit fulfill this particular requirement is a question. It may not, because what we saw in the previous slide, it's only a vulnerability assessment. Vulnerabilities are identified through a VAPT or maybe in some audit. Methodologies, maybe they have checked, they have said there is no method available. So no motive, so no threat. But self-assessment is much beyond that vulnerability assessment. So what we are looking here is, even if I take a quote from a web trust requirement, also, it's a VMC requirement what I'm talking about. Here also they talk about to set up, yeah, this is the VMC relying parties, how to basically provide a trust and all. Already Vijay talked about, he talked about web trust at the VMC in the morning session. I'm not going to dwell more about it, but what I'm talking here is again in the
web trust also, verification of domain control and the registration mark verification. These are the two things they're talking about. You need to have a more assessment or a control on these 2 points. Okay, so these 2 points I'm bringing it, web trust as well as the self-risk assessment for my next topic. Why we need to do self-assessment. See, this is the point what the web trust also talks about is 3% of the PMC issued certificate need to be self-assessed or provided for a sampling for a self-assessment requirement. So self-assessment even talked about in CCA requirement as well as in the web trust requirement. Now let's move on to see what is self-assessment we are talking about. So this is a target of a knowledge and the attacker's knowledge. These are the 2 type of scenarios what we are looking for. The tandem box talks about everything is known, both attacker as well as the target. The gray box is here. There are 2. The bottom gray box is attackers knows, whereas the target do not know about it. Okay, they know. So this is where auditors can help because they're supposed to update themselves and then audit as per the newer attack methodologies or newer scenarios what is happening. This is audit and a VAPT can help. So this is the point where we are talking about self-assessment. This is only you know better, not attacker. So there are certain points as a CA you know what you have not done. So that is the point what as an auditor we are expecting, saying that have you done your homework, saying that what you know your weaknesses, have you checked those weaknesses again and again. So this is where we are looking for as a self-assessment. So what we do here is self-assessment of a location of CA setup. This could be one of the self-assessment supposed to be done. Have you done a homework on your location itself? There may be a known issues which you know that location has the issue, which have you updated that? Assets used in a CA activity. There may be older systems which you are using, you know about it, but not the others know about it. So you should do a self-assessment and come back saying that, yes, this is the risk I have. The process followed, whether the process followed are analyzed or no. So there may be a, for example, CC guidelines says that you should verify the video. 2 people supposed to verify the video, which is latest taken. That means within 48 hours, the videos are supposed to be captured and should have been verified. Verified means there may be a process you would have written saying that, yes, I should verify the video. Video is, they talk about the number, they talk about. But what if somebody is talking behind and the itself is not moving? They put a dummy face in front and you have not done that process saying that whether the person is speaking or somebody is speaking from background. Have you not done? So that could be a process improvement. That could be a self-assessment. What you can see that your video verification is going through that process or no. Okay. EKYC process. This is where again I'm talking about. People involved. This is again what we expect is a background verification of the people who are involved in it. It's not that everybody is bad, but born bad. But maybe because of the circumstances, they might have become bad. So have you done your background verification of your people on a regular basis? This is what as the auditor we are expecting. Protection of a root certificate. Have you done a self-assessment of your protection of a root certificate? Is it safely captured? Is it backed up? All those things have you done? Because this is not the third party or the auditor knows about it, but you know about it. Okay. Preparedness for a physical security threat. Environmental security threat, maybe a road and something which they say, yes, we have done, but have you checked whether rodents are coming or is the rodent machine is working or no? During audit, rodent is there, it is blinking color and red color is coming, but have you done it on a periodic basis? Is it self-assessment what we are expecting? Network security threats again, patches, all those things. Application security threat. Phishing attack, this is another one. Because the human beings are involved in the system, phishing attack is the one major issue. So have you checked whether your people are being phished by any chance? So these are the kind of a self-assessment what we expect. And periodicity of a review, backup and a restoration, which we, most of the time we come across and yes, I'm doing a backup, but have you done a restoration? This is, you know about it whether you have done a insurance. Okay, similarly, the preparedness for to face an incident, like your RTO, RPO, all those things need to be checked as a audit, self-assessment. When I look at this, so there may be initial assessment you have done. After that assessment, maybe assuming that you have done all the assessment, but still you would not have completed entire risk. You would not have mitigated entire risk. Post mitigation, you would have come out with some residual risk. So as an auditor, we are interested what you have done to this residual risk. How are you addressing this residual risk? So this is what, as an auditor, we expect from a CA, saying that you should identify your risk as a self-assessment and find out what is the residual risk and what is the treatment plan for the residual risk. Whether you yourself can accept it or you pass it to somebody as an insurance or something, that is what we are expecting as an answer during audit. But normally, this is not going to happen. They say we have done a VAPT, I have done a internal audit, and then I am ready with it. As an auditor, we have an obligation because the checklist says you should say yes or no. There is no partial. So because of that, most of the time we end up saying no. Then when I say no, there will be an explanation why you put no, right? So that is the reason we expect that as a CA, you should do focus on self-assessment and ensure that you identify this residual risk and then give proper answer to the auditor. So this is what I wanted to convey as an auditor to a CA community, because we end up coming up with the same answers most of the time and write no to the questions. So this is what I thought I will share my knowledge in this forum. Thank you for the opportunity given to us. Any questions?
Whether you have to bring any audit awareness?
And, are you asking during audit or after audit, post audit?
Awareness should be the before audit.
Before audit, yes. See, what we do is before we conduct the audit, we give a kind of an awareness saying these are the points what we are going to audit. These are the kind of expectation what we have set. Okay. So many times we say the expectation, but they say no, this is the points what we have, and they share the earlier report. This is what not pointed out. But as an auditor, see, there may be again it's a perspective. So my view of the same checklist, my view may be different from a different auditor. So if they are not found, then I cannot say, cannot comment on it. But what we say is this is what we expect. Please provide it. If it is not done, you can do it. It's an area for improvement.
Do you know that IDAC is organizing a PK awareness program under the aegis of CCA? PK awareness program is organized by SIDAC under the aegis of CCA, funded by CCA.
Okay.
So wouldn't you have a one awareness program across the country for all the CAs,
sure,
along with the SIDAC, so that this will can be brought to the notice of all CAs?
Sure, we can do that.
Second thing, third, this VAPT internal audit doesn't come under self-assessment.
I'm not saying it doesn't completely come under.
Completely come under. Fine. If that is the case, in any of your audit, have you marked this 3.1.2 as a non-compliance or not?
Yes, we have marked. We have marked. Then after that, see now to answer your question, there are a couple of there are around 19 CS are in the country, and half of them we have enabled. So we know what checklist they are following and what is there. So if the audit comes on them, then we know they have prepared. Then they will be following. But if it comes from another organization, so then we will be marking them and we will tell them, so this is the point need to be covered.
But when there's non-compliance mark, how do they rectify that? Or it will lag in self-assessment, or it has to be complied?
No, we asked, see, because before we finalize the report and submit to you, we asked them whether they can prepare a self-assessment and submit it.
So, for example, if the trusted road member, the person may be leaving or entering member.
Correct.
Again, they have to go for that. Or put the police and everything.
Yes.
Whether they have been regularly doing it, or after you make a non-compliant, they are everybody.
No, see now, okay. The point what you talked about background verification, that they are doing it. Many a time they do it. See, what I said is they're supposed to do it. background verification, because there is a separate clause also there in the CCA checklist. Background verification of a trusted people need to be done. So they will be doing it because they are aware of it, and then many cycles have gone. They are aware of it. So they are doing it. In any trusted role member moving out, we make a note whether they have reviewed it, periodic review whether it comes out, no? Whether the person who has moved out, his credentials are removed, whether they have properly deactivated all his accounts. And when they introduced a new trusted person into the role, whether it has come through an authorized person to say that this is his duty, this is what he is supposed to do, whether it has come or not, we check it. But the other points the process related and all that, many times it might not be complied. So in such case, we give saying, see, this is what our observations are, and we initially share a draft report to them. So during that time, if they comply, we make a note and then write it in our report saying that during audit it has been complied.
In many of the audit observations I observed, the moment you audit, the annual come. Whatever, are you checking the previous?
Yes, yes,
or
it has to be, sir. It has to
But
be.
in many of the audit I observed, you are not checking it. Before
No.
you audit,
See, no, no,
the new
okay.
financial year, the existing previous financial year, you are not checking. You're just going, you say, sir, CS I think do the only for this financial year.
No, so
But since your thing has to take up with the previous one, then you have to follow with whether they give the observation to complete or they fulfill the criteria. Again, that has to be compliant, non-compliant. Again, you have to put checklist.
See, now,
this is not happening.
No, I'll come to that point. See, what happens is if we prepare our own checklist, the first point in our own checklist will be the previous audit compliance are met or not. But now what we follow is CCS checklist. There is no certain particular point like that previous audit report is checked or no. So but what we do is, yes.
When you go for a new current year, the previous year it's your responsibility again, right?
Yes, we check that. We check that, but there is no point to, there is no column to mention that previous audit report related.
Not mentioned, but it is here because whatever they complied, they given a deadline or observation, still that is still open-ended.
Yes. What happens is if it is checklist is there, then we write there saying that previous complaints complied or
For having a uniform. Generally, because I belong to the basic diploma. That we have been doing, we create some such things.
Okay.
So, and then whatever the team, our team follows the same writing.
Okay.
So, if we could do that for webcast and for CPS,
yes, yes,
I think that will be.
I also, I mean, I take the opportunity because see, there is a definitely we can include one more point in the checklist.
Perspective,
Sure,
and
just see, most of the points are already covered in the checklist, but there are a few points which need to add upon. And then one more point we need to add upon is a DR specific checklist.
Since you've gone through the process,
yes, sir.
Is there any tool dependent?
No, sir. It's dependent. No, there's no tool.
Software tools. So, the different tools. So, will they all suffice for reaching the website, or there may be differences?
Not all the tools are required. See that, for example, now if you look at domain related specific, so they expect that domain need to be verified thoroughly, whether it is registered properly, your copyrights are there or not. So there's no tool, but you need to go to particular site and then see where it is registered. There are who is you can run it and then find it out.
Or otherwise, you have to establish your
own way to do it. So, for example, easily tell you where it is registered, who is domain authority and all this thing. But the possibility is that you can go to a particular site and ask them where it is registered. They can even provide. There's no specifically, there's a tool.
The process for one is I have to establish my own process and do it manually.
Correct.
So you give your feedback, whatever the report we are going to integrate along with the next. That can be taken.
Sure.
you have made a
Correct. Correct.
but some here. The controls have or some minor.
I think that is now it is not there. So now because it's only yes or no what's supposed to be. The earlier it used to be highlighting saying that it is a high, medium, low risk kind of a thing. Now it is not there. It's mostly it is yes or no, whether you are compliant or not compliant. That way we don't even have a column to write our remark why it is no or why it is yes.
We have seen also in some cases, even it is a major consideration for observation.
Correct.
So if it comes into the observation part, so CMA.
Correct. No, that's a correct. That's the reason. So if, since the checklist is yes or no, so if it is observation also, you go to a no.
Like only 30 to 40% covers from the IT security guidelines. It is not entire. It is the entire things auditors are not checking. Behind only 30-40% picking the points and they are reporting. So the report is also not common in nature for all auditors.
Oh, because of the commonized checklist, most of the things are in line. Sir. So it's mostly streamlined. There was a day when only guidelines were given, and we supposed to make our own checklist. So that time it may be 20 points, 100 points.
Normally,
So it's all the trust is again it's a process based. It's only yes.
Sometimes you get the checklist in a software form. You just keep on adding your and finally the report gets generated. So there are certain tools also available.
Yes.
It was just
Yes.
whether there is a tool for web trust or
They have a same checklist they have, but it may be integrated in the online portal where you can fill it and then finally take a print. That can be done. Editable. You make it editable online and then you.
two changes. One is we would like to have auditors' notes attached to the report.
Sure.
As you said yes and no.
Yes, sir.
Partial and what exactly you have seen. We would like to have copy with us. Secondly, we would like auditor to present the report to a committee. It's an independent committee.
Sure.
So it can be through the report will be presented and the question will be asked regarding how you have done the audit.
Correct.
So that also we would like to see. We would like to see the complete schedule, how you have distributed your work amongst the auditors.
Right.
Which day, which has gone to which area and all, we would like to see.
Sure.
See, starting from collecting the initial information, whether it's RA or additional stage, how you have covered all in the internal audits and the external audit.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So we are making these changes and we will be proud to know about this.
Yes, we have seen that Corrigondum recently. Yes, we have seen that. I think it's a good move because many times auditor writes yes or no, and there is no column for them to write. Then it will be again why it is, and because the report to you and then
There will be presentation by the auditor,
Yes.
independent team that itself will clarify many doubts
Correct.
before office of CCA takes a decision on that.
Sure. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an overview of the auditor's perspective. To honor the speakers of start by the let's start by Mr. Ved Prakash, Senior Business Head, Sales Group. I request CCS sir to invite Mr. Vijay Kumar Manjunatha, CTO. Vice President, Asian Biometric. Can someone from Patient Biometric come and collect on behalf of Mr. Anbumani? Next, I invite Mr. Rajshekara Hiramat, Pro Design. Rao, Digital Age. Mr. Robert Raja, MD ODC. I request someone from ODC to collect on his behalf. Dr. Sandra Bandian from CC office. Mr. Vivek Kaida, that one. The Prashant Lab, Managing Director of Verasis. I invite, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. I invite our Executive Director of CNAC Bangalore, Dr. Sudarshan, for the vote of thanks.
thanks to all the speakers shared how the entire thing can go forward. They definitely deserve a great applause. I think the direct face-to-face interaction across the peers and across the users and across the our office of the CCA. The PKI forum as a user agency, they can drive it with the regulatory and government. As pointed out by including Mr. Vakul Sharma, important that legal things are aligned and it is on equal footing across the countries that are agreeing to work. A lot of water has flowed, both literally as well as technology point of view in Bangalore last one. So bringing the more or less the closed door interaction among very specific B2B internal discussions and the brainstorming in place. Now we can work out on the next stages. So I must thank CC office for supporting such an initiative and funding it consistently. And so beyond the catalyst, pushing CDAC things in a way that is aligned to today's digital way of doing things. For all the participants for their interaction and their duration, that is extremely important for us because we have seen various events, what the footfall is from inauguration to end, and if you put a curve, it doesn't look flat. And here it has been very nice, and we have seen it always full with actual enthusiasm. That is great. So individually, momentous have been given. I don't want to repeat of all the speakers and everything. But tomorrow is going to be much more eventful because now from the business regulation, we are adding the research angle and we are bringing the international researchers on stage. And what technology offers and where we are, what the researchers are thinking from their perspective. And the participants also includes, I think, there is academia, student community, then there are and also government agencies are coming. So tomorrow you may have a larger footfall per se into the for all the exhibitors who have participated here. This may not be just how to use or what is the strategy. They may ask on technology, ask on how they can participate, or if their research output can be integrated. So you may have very, very interesting. For us, going to be much more engaging from a different perspective beyond what we have done for the last 2 days. So spending time speaking this long. And support even this all have seen there is Asian basketball championship going on. It's a very hot notice. I think you should say there has been some long-sightedness from some of the people on the audience that there could be rains and there will be a traffic challenge. Thank each and everyone who planned and spoken and supported us. I think the media coverage has been in a control because that is a public event and we can discuss the same thing much more openly. Be ready for tomorrow's action. And for today, thank you for all your support. And we'll be here by 9:15. The event will be starting. The conference is at Sigma. When you enter, it is in the lobby itself. But the staffs will continue to be here. And we'll you also come up, please interact with all those new joinees. So it will be much more larger.
Have a nice, wonderful evening. Thank you, sir. Thanks to all of you for a wonderful crowd and time. Please being served outside. I request all the members to. Wow, princess. Online members also, we will be closing this session for the day. Inform tomorrow. We request all of you to join our international conference program. Thank you.
ये एक प्रॉब्लम है इधर, ये एलईडी के सामने ये कैमरा काम नहीं कर रहा है। ये एलईडी सामने है तो कोई तो पीछे से ब्लर होता है ना, वो बे हो जाता है, ये फोटो नहीं आया। चलो ಫೋಟೋ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅದೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, LED ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಬಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಅನುವಾದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.